This is the Definitive Guide Series Volume 2, with hours and hours of incredibly important and impactful information for you to not only scale your business, but also how to get much better at running Facebook ads. Now again, like in Volume 1, you can choose to watch from the very beginning to the very end. However, if you want to go into the description, you'll see a litany of chapters. I've broken down each individual important thing that you need to know into its own section. So you can go cover to cover or choose your own adventure to maximize the return on investment for your time. Alright, if you like these videos, go ahead and hit the like button, leave a comment with any questions that you have or any other information you'd like to see, and hey, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Apparently only about 35% of the people that binge my channel are subscribed, so let's fix that. And with that being said, let's get to it. Welcome to the definitive guide to lead generation with Facebook ads. We're going to be covering lead form ads versus actually just running the lead gen ad unit on side of Facebook. Whether or not you want to be driving traffic to your website, we're also going to be understanding the qualification and disqualification that you should be running inside of your ads and how to use pixel events both online and offline to understand the effectiveness of each one of your concepts so you can start to really identify targeting and efficiencies by concept to improve conversion rate downstream and find the optimal level of unit economics for your macroeconomic business. Ultimately, what we're going to cover as well is cost and scale, how to evaluate what efficiency is desirable throughout the funnel instead of just saying what a completed actual sale should be worth and what a first and lead target cost should be. So all that being said, we're going to get into it. Once again, I really value that you're going to be here. We're going to make the absolute best use of it possible. If you want more help, go to links.facebookdisruptor.com. I'm here to help. That being said, let's go. So first off, when we're doing lead gen on Facebook, bit of a background. I actually was part of the alpha for the first lead gen ads that were ever run on the Facebook platform. We used it for Nissan to put people in test drives for the 2015 Nissan Sentra. Fun fact, it costs us about $50 to get somebody to fill out a lead gen ad. And when those people showed up to a car dealership, 1 out of 2 people that took a test drive bought a car that was worth $25,000. So basically we were getting a 250x ROAS on lead gen ads. That's also why ROAS is a completely nonsense number, because that's a completely legitimate data point that is completely nonsense. So remember that when you're thinking about lead gen and you're trying to focus on your business, that you do need to understand the value of what you're doing. But also when you're looking at metrics like ROAS, you're focusing on the wrong part of the business, on something that doesn't mean anything. So all that being said, let's dive into it. Now, Facebook has the lead generation ad unit. This is very common. People use it all the time. Basically, it shows up, you fill out your information, boom. The advantage of the lead gen ad unit is that it's extremely easy for people to use. That's also a downside. The problem with lead gen ad units, number one, is they're disruptive. Not everybody's trying to actually use the lead gen ad unit. And if folks are not the types of individuals who have responded to that lead gen ad unit before, odds are they won't even see your lead gen ad unit, because Facebook is trying to deliver people experiences and content akin to the way that they've behaved before, because estimated action rate is tremendously valuable. So if you're only using the lead gen form type ad unit on Facebook, understand that you are facing the issue of a vast majority of potential users will never see your content. They'll never see that lead form ad. So there is an efficiency in how easy it is to get somebody to convert on that, but there's also a problem in that you are eliminating a large potential audience from ever even seeing your advertising. Now, the other option is using a landing page form, an LP form, basically driving traffic to a website where they fill out a form and then submit a lead. Historically, in my experience, having done this for nearly a decade now, the website-based lead form is more expensive. However, the conversion rate of this traffic tends to be a lot higher. So it is a volume versus quality play. You can use the lead form ad on Facebook, and odds are you're going to get more leads for less cost. However, you are not saturating the entire market. You're actually missing a majority of the individuals. And the quality of those leads tends to be far less because it's easier to fill out. There is less of an effort, less of a buy-in, less of an endorsement from the target user to actually care about what it is that you're doing. And because of that, because of the lack of a need for them to lean in, we ultimately face an issue of a lack of their overall intent or a lower quality of it. So understand that between lead gen ads and actually running traffic to a page to fire a lead form, you're ultimately having the conversation of quality versus quantity. In my experience, driving traffic to a landing page to get somebody to fill out a lead form tends to be a far more valuable piece, especially once we start to understand that Facebook does not exist in isolation. And the ability to optimize that landing page to qualify or disqualify people that are coming in. Eliminating folks who maybe it's a high ticket offer aren't going to do it. Eliminating folks who are not interested but are just like tire kickers. Also giving people more context so you can overcome objections. Also, a lead form on a website is something where you can have those individuals fill out a lot of bits of different pieces of information. And at this point, the majority of users on their phone, on their laptops, on their home computers and tablets have their information set up to autofill the majority of forms anyway, which was the primary unfair advantage that lead form ads had on Facebook, is that you were able to get individuals to fill out their information with a click. If you're running on Chrome or Safari, that's probably available for each user anyway. That's already happening. So my point here is the unfair advantage of the lead form has been mitigated by the progress of technology through browsers. That being said, when you do have a lead form on your web page, you are able to fill out a lot of other information. For instance, in my Facebook Ads MBA program, my CMO development and, to be fair, best-in-class education for digital marketing, that's an immersive experience, right? We've got courses, we've got one-on-ones, we've got a community, we've got dynamic curriculum, guest speakers, all this stuff, and it's a one-time payment, no monthly fee. Like, that is a life-changing opportunity for individuals, but does take an investment to get there. I don't just want your email. I want you to be able to understand this is the level of interest. I also want to know, where did you find me? How long have you been following? What is the scale of your current operation? And also, because it does go through a sales funnel that ultimately has you and I having a conversation where you can book a call. Basically, it's a lead form to book a call on my calendar. I want as much information that you're willing to share as possible so that ultimately we can get to a place of, is this the best fit for you? Are you in the right place to take the advantage of the Facebook Ads MBA program? And if that's the case, I also want to know so that before we get on the call, I've been able to do my homework to make sure that I can set this up for your best chance of success right away. Now, that's not something I'm going to get out of the Facebook Ads lead form. But if you were to go to submit.facebookdisruptor.com and fill out an application for my Facebook Ads MBA program, you'll see that there are questions in there. Some of them are essay form. Not that you have to write 1,000 paragraphs, but where are you at right now? What are the problems that you're having right now? Are you ready to make a move today? What are the barriers that you're facing? What are you hoping to learn? What do you know about the program already? And that way I get more feedback on how I can let people know what I'm doing. I can also use that information to direct my creative and also my marketing angles and understand who I'm appealing to and what problems I need to address. I can also improve the quality of the product because I understand when people are coming in and what problems they're trying to solve. I'm also able to see who's there that's not ready. And I'm able to quality control the leads that are coming in. What that ultimately means in that situation is that lead form on my webpage is infinitely more valuable than Facebook lead form could be. Plus, I'm able to do email capture even if you don't fill it out. I'm able to retarget you via other marketing channels because you've been to the page. Maybe what you need is an ebook, or you want one-on-one consulting time, or whatever else that happens to be. Because you've now landed on my page, you're pixeled, you're cookied, and I'm more than likely going to get your email one way or the other. So we can now start having conversations that might last weeks or months before it's the right time for you to come to the Facebook Ads MBA program. That's, again, not something I'm going to be able to do with just a Facebook lead ad. So ultimately, most of the time, I find that the best option for businesses that are trying to do lead generation, that are in control of more than just the front end, and that are ultimately trying to use lead gen as an acquisition strategy towards a relationship-based transaction, for those individuals, taking somebody to your landing page is often a much better opportunity than just having them fill out a lead gen ad on Facebook. Now, I hope that makes sense. If you have any questions to that stuff, please feel free to comment below. If there's other people that want to see this, please let them know. Share this with them. And if you want to know more about the Facebook Ads MBA program, go to submit.facebookdisruptor.com. Check it out. Go to facebookdisruptor.com. You can sign up for the newsletter there as well. It's newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com. And if you want to work with me, it's links.facebookdisruptor.com. Go there and check things out. If you need help, I'm here to help you out. And I really love to make sure that you get as much information as possible so that you can be more successful with less stress. Now, next thing that we want to talk about here is qualification, pixel, and concept. Now, the big thing that we're focusing in on here is if a lead gen is the first touch point in a multi-stage funnel, that's great. Lead, that's a conversion action. I always say that lead gen, the lead is actually more of an add to cart than it is a purchase. And the reason we have to think about it that way is, well, a lead isn't a customer yet. So that being said, what do we do with that information? Well, one, when I'm running conversion campaigns for leads, where my conversion objective is a lead event, not a purchase event, I can run my conversion campaigns just like I would any other direct-to-consumer store or e-commerce. Exact same everything. The problem is there's now touch points that occur afterward. So when we start talking about pixel information and qualification, especially in lead gen, just like you see in the world of view content and add to cart, a lower cost add to cart does not mean that somebody's more likely to buy. As a matter of fact, lower cost leads tend to be lower quality. That's a good general relationship. Now, it doesn't mean that you should only be focusing on the highest cost leads, because there is absolutely a middle ground depending on the scale of your business. And we'll get to that in a bit too. So we're talking about the qualification. This is to say somebody started a lead. Great. That is a customer journey that has been started. And when we're doing marketing, we think of the funnel as a vertical event, which is totally true. But the customer journey is horizontal. And what I mean by that is your Facebook funnel ends with somebody taking a lead. At that point, then they're in an email flow. They're in some qualification for potentially a sales call or whatever else is going on. That lead now has its own customer journey after they've started, but that lead journey starts at the end of the sales funnel. So we have to think of the funnel ends at the beginning of the customer journey through our ecosystem, through our sales process. Now, in that sales process, I will pixel every event that comes after that. And there are different ways of doing that. The easiest way, or the simplest way, is to say if somebody does sign up, pass an offline event to Facebook to say that's a purchase. Great, so now we're running a campaign where the objective is leads, but we can pull in another column that says purchases and see which of these leads ended up in a purchase. And when we start to do that, we're able to understand what type of concepts are running our dynamic creatives results in more effective purchases. And really what we're doing is now to say cost, or better yet, efficiency of each one of those concepts. What type of concept isn't just driving the lowest cost lead, because that doesn't necessarily matter. Which type of concept drives the most or the lowest cost sale? Because different concepts and different messaging are going to bring in people of different value. Are you appealing to everyone, or the person that's ready to go? And there's no necessarily best option here. And often, just like in e-commerce, it's a blend of choices. But the point is, especially when you're doing creative testing, when you're using dynamic creatives to build out post IDs to then use inside of your winners, and you're scaling that campaign, that one campaign that you're running for your account, if you can understand the cost per sale, which is an after lead event, you can begin to optimize for that, especially if you get more volume. Now, you might not be able to optimize the campaign towards that purchase event, but you're going to be able to optimize your decision-making on understanding how effective is this concept versus another one. If you want to go even deeper, and I highly recommend that you do this, if you have other questions in that lead form that do allow you to qualify individuals. For instance, when you go to the Facebook Ads MBA program at submit.facebookdisruptor.com, I have a lead form there. Now, in that lead form, I have questions of what's your current daily spend? What are your current problems? Where are you trying to go? Are you ready to get started today? There are options. In general, people that convert tend to answer some of those questions in a similar fashion. And ultimately what I'm able to do is I'm able to qualify that lead as good, as a bad lead, a good lead, or a great lead. So then what I can do is pass that back to Facebook. So instead of it being lead and then purchase, I can have lead and then a qualification of a custom column inside of Facebook because I'm passing back an offline conversion event. This is a bad lead. This is a good lead. This is a great lead. So now I'm able to disqualify concepts. If they bring in a bunch of bad leads, I don't need to wait until I get those people to sign up to know whether that lead was good. Because over dozens and dozens, we're closing in on 100 students in the last year joining the Facebook Ads MBA program. I have a very good idea of how you've answered those lead forms to understand whether or not you're a good or bad lead. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to not take the bad leads, because believe me, I get people from all over the world. I had somebody sign up last night that is working in an ad agency in Colombia that was spending, they were getting paid like what a normal US media buyer makes in a week, they were making in a month. And they'd saved up in order to join. I also have other folks that are spending 20, 30, $50 million a year. They're ready on the drop of a hat. So the point here is, what I can do is begin to optimize my creative concepts in testing to lead to me to a place where I am more likely to drive good or great leads. And I can understand what concepts are getting the attention of individuals who I would otherwise classify as a bad lead. And you can do this inside of your business. I've done this in tons of businesses, from cars to coaching to real estate. I've done this in insurance. I've done this in will prep. I've done this, and I mean, I could go on and on. The point is, this is how you can operate somebody using the lead business model, but still using conversion objectives. And ultimately, when you are qualifying individuals using pixel information to understand where they're coming from, you get the idea with your dynamic creatives, especially when you're starting to get the feedback of that lead form, how best to optimize your marketing efforts to deliver a desirable cost and scale. Because once you start optimizing towards specific types of people, because you know the concepts that are dragging in the highest quality individuals, Then you can start to change your sales messaging and your onboarding experience and your call scripts, etc., to raise your conversion rate on those people. And so just like in an e-commerce store where you shouldn't be running ads to 5 different products, run ads to one and improve the AOV, the LTV, and the conversion rate of that one thing, because all of your data is going to one piece. In lead gen, we do the same thing. Don't try to be everything to everybody. Figure out what you can afford to spend on, what the best investment with that money is, and ultimately how you can improve the conversion rate and value of that traffic and of those leads by improving your creative. Because your ads are doing the targeting for you, right? In Facebook, ads do the targeting. Every ad makes its own lookalike audience. And every ad defines who that ad is going to appeal to. Again, these are inarguable points, and this is getting down to macroeconomics and of your unit economy of scale, what you're trying to do. And we'll get to a bit more of the cost and scale here in a minute. But the point here is understand what you're doing that is setting up the next stage of the business for success, and lean into those things that drive a higher value, higher confidence, more scalable solution. And when you focus in on that, the net result is more revenue for less work. And that's really what it's all about. I know we just covered a lot there. If you have any questions about that stuff, please do not be afraid to comment below, reply back, DM me. I'd love to be able to help you out. If there's other people that you want to make sure that see this, feel free to tag them, share it with them, let them know. I'm also sending this type of stuff out every single week in the newsletter. You can sign up for free at newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com. It's the shape of disrupt to come. Every single week, we've got multiple articles and videos, interviews, and blogs. So check that out. Now, the last thing that I want to focus in on here is cost and scale. Now, cost and scale of lead generation has very little to do with initially, how much does your lead cost? Because that doesn't necessarily matter nearly as much as everything else down the funnel. And this is something we've been talking about a lot inside the Facebook Ads MBA program lately. And I felt like it was really helpful for everybody else. And mind you, if you want to jump into the MBA program, you can go to submit.facebookdisruptor.com. You can go through my lead form. We can have a conversation. That all being said, the cost and scale. Remember we talked about before that your marketing funnel is a vertical piece with multiple steps. Now, there is ultimately, at the end of the day, a unit value per lead, right? How much money did we make? How many leads did we get? Say we got 100 leads and we made $1,000. Theoretically, that means that a lead is worth 10 bucks. That is the bottom of the funnel on Facebook. Your leads are worth $10. Now, if only half of those people actually showed up to sales calls, that means that a booked call where somebody shows up is actually worth $20. The point here is we can now start to understand horizontally a completed sale. Let's say it's worth 500 because out of the 100 leads, 50 of them showed up to a call, and let's say 2 of them bought. That's not the world's best conversion rate, but hey, the purpose of this example, we can follow this through. That means that we have a $500 AOV and a 2% or 4% conversion rate after the sales call. We have a 50% show up rate. Well, that means each one of those things has a different monetary value based on the volume of items coming into that space. So an easy way to say that you could afford spending $20 for a lead instead of 10 is to get your close rate from 4% to 8. Because now those 50 leads that came through, well, instead of being worth 1,000, they're worth 2,000. So out of the 100 leads that you drove, you've now made $2,000 in revenue. That means that you could spend $20 for a lead. Now, where this really works out is when you're starting to work on evaluating that sales funnel and the customer journey. Remember when we talked about in the qualification and pixel by concept, what concepts are more likely to drive good or great leads? Those concepts, you might be able to, they might be worth $15 or $25. Maybe that concept's worth 25. And you're like, well, you just said the leads are only worth 20. Yeah, because if you have also bad leads in there, if you have some $5 or $10 value leads and some $25 value leads, the net value of each lead might be 20 bucks. But the point is you also have a balance. And so what we can start to do is optimize towards the highest value leads that we can. The leads that are more likely to be worth more money. Because we're starting to itemize the value by the volume through every stage of the funnel and then each part of the customer journey, because of the volume assigns conversion rate. The value ultimately decides the unit economic of each user throughout that journey. Now, sometimes, especially once you're starting to focus on one primary concept, it becomes harder to get that lead for cheaper. But that also means because all the people are looking more and more similar, it becomes way easier to improve the conversion rate of those leads. So my point here is that you have to understand, in the world of lead gen, cost per lead is one very small piece of the puzzle. And when you're trying to scale a business, you ultimately have to understand, where is the bottleneck? Where is the thing where you are ultimately limiting your potential? Sometimes it's in my leads cost too much. Sometimes it's in, well, we're starting to drive a whole ton of leads of a new concept and our sales script doesn't appeal to them, but those people that do convert through that concept are worth way more money. Maybe what I should be doing is instead converting, focusing on a better sales, journey or pitch to those individuals. And if I can improve their conversion rate, now my value per lead on Facebook goes from 10 bucks to 30. If we have a $500 value on a converted sale, what happens if we get to 10% conversion rate on the people that show up to the call? Now we're really starting to be able to afford way more money. Let's use the same exact unit economics, right? 100 people convert. 100 people sign up. 50% of them show up for the call. 5 of them buy. Now, each one of them is worth 500 bucks. You can spend $25 at the lead. What happens if you get 75% of people to show up for the sales call? How much more money can you spend on a lead? And really, this gets down to focusing on the unit economics of every part of your funnel. And you might not be good at math, and that's totally fine. But at the end of the day, what you need to be focusing on is, what are these actual measurements? What is the value and the volume of the customer journey by part of the funnel vertically, and then customer journey horizontally after they've given you their information? When you start to look at lead generation in that way, you can begin to tremendously change the landscape of how you're operating a business. And I'll give one very extreme example, but 100% the thing that I've done in my history. I used to be director of growth for a business called My Life. It is a 9-figure SaaS business. The person who was running the Facebook ads before me was very happy because they were getting a $15 registration, basically a $15 lead cost, with a conversion rate of about 25%. Now, the product itself is about 30 bucks a month, which means that it's a 60-day to break even. $30 a month. After 2 months, that person gives us 60 bucks. Lead cost is 15, 1 in 4 of them converts. So each lead is basically worth $60. We net out after 60 days, and after 60 days, we're profitable. When we started to break things down in this way, we got our actual cost per acquisition down to $8. From 60 to 8. Our Facebook ad spend went from $3,000 a day to $50,000 a day at scale. We ultimately ended up cutting back by over $30,000 a day to get an extra $1 million a month in EBITDA. That's the change when you get this stuff right. That being said, welcome to the definitive guide to how to run high ticket offers with Facebook ads. And I know a lot of people are trying to run high ticket offers. We're talking $500, $600, $800, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 offers. Places where you cannot leave the learning phase with Facebook reliably, where you cannot use conversion campaigns to reliably drive to overall success. We're going to talk about the volume and quality of traffic that you can bring and what other objectives you can try to focus on Facebook. You can also focus on unit economics. We're going to cover all of that to understand how your business is going to get covered, and ultimately how you can use Facebook to amplify profitable opportunities for your business so you can use these high ticket items to load your funnel with really high quality individuals. We're going to break all of that down, plus the ads and the types and all the different metrics that you're going to be focusing on. And let's get started. First off, I just want to say thank you very much. I know you could be literally anywhere on the internet right now, and the fact that you're here means the world to me. I'm going to make sure that this is absolutely of the best value to you. And if you need any other stuff, please go to links.facebookdisruptor.com and we can start to work together. So let's get started. Now, if you are running high ticket offers where your cost per sale is so high that you can't leave the learning phase, maybe your item is $200 or $2,000 and you can't drive that 25 to 30 conversions a week that it takes to leave the learning phase, and you can't get consistent results to do creative testing and all these other items, what are you supposed to do? Because everybody tells you in Facebook, you should be driving conversion campaigns all the time. And you know what? They're right if that's possible for your business. However, Facebook is phenomenal and ultimately doing one thing. Facebook is a market research and intent creation device. If you cannot utilize the budget appropriately to accomplish those business goals, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be using Facebook. What it means is you need to be using Facebook to accomplish what it can do at scale to ultimately leverage your business most appropriately for the things that are ultimately the best overall results for your business. Now, what this ultimately means is you have to understand, what can your business do at scale? What can you afford to do? So let me give you an example of this. One of my students inside the Facebook Ads MBA program, wildly successful guy out of New Zealand, he's running a bespoke, high-end fly fishing reel business. Now his reels might run $800 to $2,000. They're amazing. It's called Epic Fly Reels. Great guy. Now the problem is you would have to spend $5,000 to $10,000 a day to get one campaign with a very limited number of ad sets to ultimately drive conversions on just the sale of that product in order to use Facebook to make sales on a conversion campaign. Now, what we can do instead is focus on, what do we have in the business that actually works? What can we afford to do? Now, you see, a lot of people will say, well, let's just focus on add to carts because we can drive a lot of them. Do you really want a lot of add to carts? Is driving a lot of people that are not interested in buying but just want to abandon cart actually good for your business? Well, there's an argument to be said, well, if we get a bunch of add to carts, eventually going to convert them. Sure. But is an add to cart actually worth any monetary value? Maybe, if you can get down to the unit economic of what is an add to cart actually worth to me? Is an add to cart worth $1? Is an add to cart worth $5? Well, if you can make that work, that's great. The problem is once you start to optimize Facebook campaigns to running to just add to carts, I'm going to guarantee you're going to get a much higher volume of add to carts, and the unit value, the unit economic of each one of those conversion events is going to drop dramatically. So then you say, well, let's just get page views. Let's just get a bunch of traffic to the site that maybe wants to view something. We'll get view content will be our conversion objective. Great. But again, what's the unit value of a view content? Now you could say, well, if I get X amount of view contents a month and I make X amount of money a month from everybody that comes to my site, I know that a view content is worth $1 or 50 cents, right? Whatever it happens to be. Now, the problem is, again, just like add to carts, if you are focusing on just view content, you are focusing on driving a high volume of users that don't have a direct monetary value. And something where you can say, well, I'm going to use that to drive up the volume of my retargeting audience. Sure. Is retargeting actually a good idea for you? Again, if it's super high ticket, I'd argue the answer is no. Generally speaking, retargeting is a bad idea on Facebook because Facebook is absolutely best at curating customer journeys. So if you're just trying to get a whole bunch of people who aren't really legitimately interested in coming to your store in the hopes of trying to then force your advertising on a selection of folks who don't care, to try to then cherry pick just the folks that actually do care, and hopefully for that to even work, you have to get your costs from $500, $1,000 to make a sale down to $20 or $30 in that retargeting audience, just so you can spend enough money to get it out of the learning phase. Is that realistic? No. So even if that were to work, even if you were able to use Facebook in a way that it's not designed to be used because it's not an intent or demand-based platform, it's not email, it's not search. Even if you were able to make that work, the unit economics for you to be able to actually run that campaign at a way that would allow you to monetize that attention reliably and at a profit is extraordinarily unlikely. You would need a 5, 10, 20, 50x efficiency improvement just to be able to run that at scale. And while you're doing that, you're also providing so many experiences to folks that don't want to see your advertising that your CPMs and your advertiser score are going to be very negatively affected. As your advertiser score comes down because you're forcing your ads on the people that don't give a shit about you, your CPMs are going to rise because you are a bigger liability to Facebook's business model. You present yourself as somebody that is not algorithmically aligned with Facebook, and disrespecting their user base is bad for business. So ultimately, we have to figure out, what can you do? What works in your business for you to actually make money? Where is your business currently successful? Because ultimately, Facebook is a business model amplification and market research device. So now we have to really look at what works for you. Now, to go back to the fishing rod business, they know that basically everybody that opens an email is worth about $2. That's great. So now we have a question of, well, how do they run their business? The majority of their business is done through email and customer service because it's super high ticket. People don't buy nearly that often. So the LTV is hard to get a multiple on, and it's a very high AOV product. But we know that if we make a connection with that customer over time, and you see this exact same thing also happening in coaching businesses. We did the exact same thing working for cars and homes. Really what you're trying to do is generate trust so that person relationship allows for a high ticket purchase. Now, with that being said, what do we do? Well, in this case, he knew the inflection point for his business was, if I get an email, if I get somebody to open an email, it's worth about $2. Now, maybe that doesn't mean that everybody that opens an email buys. That's fine. But every time he sends an email, which is maybe twice a week, when somebody opens it, the unit rate of that value to my business is worth $2. Now, what's great about that is it means, okay, so what we need to do is say, your best foot forward for making a sale is an email-based customer relationship. That's what's going to do best for cash flow for your business. So why don't we focus on Facebook to generate a higher volume of people who are eager to accept and open your emails? If we then focus on Facebook as effectively a lead gen platform to grow volume of opportunities for customer relationships, now we can say, well, maybe we get an email for $5 or $10. Maybe not everybody opens. Maybe your value of an email open goes from $2 to $1.75. But if we know we're getting you an extra 500 or 1,000 emails a week, addresses, ultimately over time, you're getting a higher volume of people to open those open an email from you just because you have a higher mountaintop to shout from. What ultimately works here is you're going to have to figure out the volume and unit economics of this, and we'll get to that in a minute. This is one example of how this works. Now, you see a lot of high-end coaches talking about doing this, so you just get sales calls coming in, right? And then you hire a salesperson to handle all of that. And all you're really trying to do is just get sales calls coming in because you know there's a close rate on a sales call. If you have a 1 in 5 close rate, if you have a 5% close rate on sales calls, you need 20 sales calls in order to make a sale. So now you have to pay the person to handle those sales calls. So ultimately you have to figure out how much does it cost to get a sales call. If you multiply that by 20, then you know how much it costs to make a sale. And if there's a profit on that, plus you pay that person, that sales call person, your salesperson, to ultimately do sales calls for you, you can figure out how that business works. Now, what ultimately we're getting here is there's a lot of different ways of doing this. We also see this work in the world of just high-end retail. One of the people in the Facebook Ads MBA program, we were working on, they have a high-end retail business. They're doing couches and home furniture, where they might be $500 to $1,000 to $2,000, $5,000. Now, they know the majority of their sales comes from folks that are coming into the store. So again, what does their business actually make money on? What is the core foundation of their core principles? What are they really good at monetizing? How is their business built to monetize attention? And then how do we amplify that so that they have the greatest opportunity of producing more revenue and profit? How do we do that in a way that we can test, in a way that we can measure, in a way that we can deliver consistent results and continue an investment in, so that ultimately we can monetize that at a profit? That's what it really comes down to, especially if you can't use Facebook for conversion campaigns. And there's plenty of people that cannot afford to do that. Maybe you only have 20, 30, 40 bucks a day. You can still run Facebook campaigns. You don't always have to go conversion. That's just a fallacy. Now, before we get started on the next part, I want to know if you have any questions, please feel free to comment below. Please subscribe if you like this video, hit like. Let me know anything else I can do for you, and let's get started on the next piece. The next part about this conversation is the volume and quality unit economics. And this is tremendously important. How does your business currently make money? Now, we talked about with Epic Fly Rods what the value of his emails are, right? We talked about with the furniture business. He knows he makes money when people come into the door. Now, ultimately, we have a unit value of a person that comes in the door. What it comes down to is you need to figure out a math equation that ultimately, with very high confidence, lets you know the unit value of the actions that people take before they come into your store. We also have to know that the conversion rate of these actions is not static. Almost everybody that I see talking about how to scale Facebook ads assumes a consistent conversion rate. Well, the honest truth is, when you amplify the volume of your investment into Facebook, when you spend more money, your ads are going to appeal to a slightly lower quality person, because every ad is making its own lookalike audience. That's how content works in an optimized CPM platform. If you disagree with that, that's fine. You're dead wrong. There's empirical data going back a very long time to say that's actually how the platform functions. There's other videos we can dive on that. If you have more questions about that, please comment below and I'm glad to answer them. That being said, what we're getting to here is trying to understand what are the most static benchmarks in your customer journey. Where is the inflection point where you can afford to amplify that part of the journey? Because you are able to drive enough actions that you can use Facebook's machine learning to your benefit. Because that's the real point here. If you can't get out of the learning phase, then the campaign you're running doesn't actually have that much value. And that's a hard truth that you're going to have to accept. So, if you have $500 a day to spend, realistically, that's $3,500 a week. You can probably afford to run things where your CPA or your CPL, your desired cost per action, is roughly around the $100 to $120 mark. Because you're driving between 25 and 40 actions a week, you're going to be able to leave the learning phase at a bare minimum. Now, if you can get actions for, say, $20, you might be able to spend $100 to $150 a day. So you have to understand, what is your available budget for the amplification of your business? Based on that budget, where throughout the customer journey are you ultimately able to find a place that you can afford to choose to amplify that aspect? And then from there, focus on working on the core competencies of your business to monetize that attention. And if you're hearing me, what I'm actually not saying is what conversion event in the funnel should you optimize towards, because that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about just making more add to carts. We're not talking about making more view contents. Because ultimately, if you're running a conversion objective, you should be optimizing towards the end goal. You need to be optimizing towards the end goal of that part of the funnel. And in high ticket spots where your item might be $200 or $10,000, the end goal for you might very well be, where do we pass it off from digital marketing to a real person? So maybe you have a sales team. Maybe you have customer service. Maybe you have email. Maybe you have salespeople. What we're getting at here is you start to get to the point of, how do we afford to use machine learning to drive a higher volume and higher quality person and volume of people and quality of people into that inflection point in our business? Where is a bottleneck in our customer journey that we can actually afford to amplify the volume of? Because we know once we get somebody to this point, we're going to be able to monetize them with a certain level of confidence. Where is the conversion rate fairly static? And not only is that conversion rate fairly static, but that event is something we can afford to do. That's where we really start to get down to how to use Facebook to run high ticket items. Now, several examples of this we've already gone over, but another one that we see often is if you are running a high ticket training program, for instance, and you know what I need is to fill my calendar with sales calls, because maybe I'm 1 out of 10 sales calls where somebody talks to me. You don't have a salesperson, it's just you. 1 out of 10 calls is a conversion. And that conversion is, say, 10 grand. Great. Now, right now, you're sitting at a spot where you get 10 calls a week. So you're making 1 new customer. 10 calls a week is roughly maybe 2 calls a day. If you want to double or triple your revenue, really it comes down to, how do we get 20 calls a week? Now, you can obviously also work on the sales pitch. You can work on other things, but this is the front end. What are we asking Facebook to do? Because the Facebook ads aren't going to help what happens after somebody talks to you. Now, they can help in priming that individual to be a higher quality. Absolutely. And that also goes down to the qualification and disqualification that happens throughout the funnel. But ultimately, what we're really getting to is the way you double your growth in business is doubling the amount of sales calls that you have. So how much does it cost to get somebody to have a sales call with you? Now, in my experience, I've done this with a $10,000 thing, and it cost me roughly about $50 to $70 to get somebody to book a sales call. And I did about, let's assume that was the blended net cost, baking in the no call, no show. So the actual people to show up to a call, get on a call with me, let's say it was $50. If I wanted to scale a $10,000 offer and I needed to double the amount of sales calls that I had, and I was currently having 10 and I wanted to get to 20, that meant that I had to spend roughly enough money to get an additional 10 sales calls a week. That's $500 a week. That's a reasonable expectation of a conversion for me. Now, for me to actually do that, that means that realistically, 10 events a week is not enough for me to really get out of the learning phase. So what I was able to do was say, instead of spending $500 a week, let me spend $1,000 or $2,000 a week so that I'm getting way more sales calls than I can actually handle. And what that does is it creates a bottleneck. So now I can do a quality assessment of those leads for the sales calls so that I can improve my conversion rate on those sales calls, because I'm disqualifying everybody that's not good for my business. Now, ultimately what this means is maybe I'm spending $2,000 a week, and as a result, I'm making an extra $10,000 a week because I'm getting 1 extra person to come through a $10,000 offer. Now, at scale, there's a point where this breaks down because of the amount of time that you have. Now, let's say you want to 5x that. You probably have to hire somebody else to do sales calls. Their conversion rate is probably going to be lower than yours. But once you find out the unit economics of the volume and the quality of every person that's coming into your store or coming into your funnel. Now you're sitting at a spot where you can legitimately begin to plan your media. And at that point, we have to start focusing on amplifying the quality of the individuals, because volume creates an issue where you can't handle all of the opportunity, and you're going to get your conversion rate's probably going to go down. So how do we then start to turn the Facebook machine into something that understands what is a good or a bad lead? And at that point, when we're doing lead gen, what I often do, and I suggest to everybody that's running lead gen inside the Facebook Ads MBA program, what I'll do with them is say, let's pass back offline conversion events. Of all of the ads that we've run, which ones actually turned into students or buyers or people that took that offer? When we pass that back, we're going to start noticing by concept, by ad, which ads are more likely to drive people that are more successful. We can retroactively get a cost per acquisition, even though we're not running Facebook ads to that acquisition event. Because we say, oh, we drove 4,000 leads, and out of that 4,000 leads, we got 50 customers. Great. Out of that situation, which that conversion rate may or may not be good for you, but we can understand, well, certain ads had a much lower cost per acquisition than others. We can start optimizing towards those ads that are better at driving a higher conversion rate customer into our sales funnel. Now our sales calls conversion rates goes way up, and we're making way more money, and we can even initially lower our investment at the growth of the business and still profit more. That's the kind of thing that we're talking about, especially when we're going on high ticket items. Again, if you have any questions around any of this stuff, please feel free to comment with any of them. Please feel free to ask. If you're liking this video so far, please smash the like button. Don't be afraid to subscribe. Go to links.facebookshopper.com if you want to know more things to help. Now, let's break down to the last piece here, because I think it's incredibly important. What we need to understand is that Facebook ultimately amplifies profit opportunity. So what we are trying to do more than anything with any type of campaign that we're running on Facebook or literally any other paid media platform, especially optimized CPM platform, where your goal is not to generate a ROAS, because if you're still running Facebook ads or TikTok ads or YouTube ads on a basis of a ROAS, you are years behind what you should be looking at. Instead, we are looking at intent creation to amplify the volume and quality of the users within our funnel so that we can more effectively monetize the intention that we are creating, so that when we have more cash positive investments that we make, for instance, sales calls or search or email, etc., where our exchange rate on our investment there is far better for our business's bottom line, then Facebook's job is just to amplify that. Just like you think of, well, Facebook, I'm going to run more prospecting so I can get more retargeting. I understand that. Now let's use Facebook properly. Facebook is the entire platform is intent creation, effectively top funnel, so that you can then monetize that attention through search, email, sales calls, whatever. Because those, they're not the retargeting place. They're the mid and bottom funnel of the customer journey. Don't look at it as Facebook has a piece of the funnel and I have a mid funnel and a top funnel and a bottom funnel. It is, what are the steps in the customer journey towards a conversion, especially in high ticket? Facebook's job is the first section of that journey. But ultimately, we have to understand what are the second, third, fourth, fifth steps to get somebody to buy. We should be focusing on making that journey as simple as possible. We should be focusing on making that journey as efficient as possible. But Facebook's job is ultimately to amplify the opportunity of that successful funnel. Now, one of the easiest ways of mapping this out, especially if all of this work is done on a website, is you can use Google Analytics. Now, this is one of the few times where I actually think Google Analytics is of any value. And what you can do is say, of everybody that lands on my initial landing page, how many people make it to step 2? How many people make it to step 3? How many people buy on step 4? Let's say you have a 4-step funnel. And that's a really easy way of saying, I have URL A. How many people from URL A make it to URL B, C, and D? This is called funnel analytics. Now, when you go through that, you're going to see that there's maybe 20% of people that land on landing page A make it to landing page B, and then 80% make it to C, and then like 90% make it to D. Great, just get way more people into funnel A, or make it from 20%, 30 or 40 to get to step B. Once you find out where the bottleneck is in your business, you can ultimately focus on how do I overcome this bottleneck or make that bottleneck more efficient. If I've got a giant hose going down to like a garden hose, down to like just a spigot, if I want to get more coming out the backside, there's a certain spot where I'm losing the majority of the attention that I'm paying for and the attention that I'm generating. That intent is getting lost somewhere down the way. So if we can ultimately figure out where that intent is getting lost, we have the option of either amplifying the volume of people that go into that system, basically saying, well, if I know I get 80% of people, they go from point A to point B, drop off. But after that, like 75% of people convert and I want to double my business, I probably just need to get maybe 2.5 times as many people in the front end. That's a realistic expectation. I'm probably going to double the business. Now, that is what you use Facebook ads for. So in that case, you're using Facebook ads not to drive more add to carts, not to do more view content, it's not to do more link clicks, but what is that actual action that is step one of your business where you know you have a highly converting funnel after the fact? And then how do we choose that as the conversion event of our campaigns? Now, maybe that's lead gen. Maybe that's a sign up. Who's to say that your conversion campaign couldn't be a newsletter? And instead of being a purchase, it could be a sign up or a subscription. Who's to say that that conversion event has to be somebody giving you their credit card information? That conversion event might just be they went from step A to step B. Now Facebook is going to be able to use machine learning to get people who are more likely to go from first touch to step B. Now you're using Facebook's machine learning and database systems to ultimately generate a more effective over time version of getting somebody through that funnel. So Facebook is working on amplifying not only the volume of people that come into step A, but also working on the quality of people so that step A gets to step B faster or more effectively or more efficiently, which ultimately improves the conversion rate of all of the traffic that you're getting down the funnel. So you have to start looking at the funnel in this way. And again, it's not top of funnel, mid funnel, bottom funnel. It is step 1, 2, and 3 in the touch points of your relationship with those people. And the same thing happens in low ticket, but generally speaking, that happens by the ad and then the landing page and then the checkout process. That's step 1, 2, and 3. In high ticket, it has way more to do with the advertising, the development of that relationship, and then understanding the financial and time commitment to get somebody to make that purchase. That's very much the same thing as ad, landing page, checkout, but in this case, it's ad, relationship, and then monetization. Same steps, but instead of top, mid, and bottom, where you're still trying to get somebody to actually want to make a buying behavior, you're trying to get them to the point where you're having a relationship that you can monetize. Then you can work on the quality of your ability to monetize that relationship. Then you can understand where are you really strong, drive as many people to the inflection point of where you are really good. How do you afford to do that? And then you make that inflection point better. And if you can figure that out, which takes time, you are going to be massively successful. In my own personal experience, I've done this to the point where we took a business that was running on average maybe 50, 60, they were doing okay. It was a $60,000 to $80,000 a year plus side business. Good for the solo, they were able to quit their day job. Figuring this nut out, 10x that business in about 8 months. Because we figured out, okay, well, we can improve the volume by about 5x. And then we can improve the inflection point by about 2x. That resulted in a 10x improvement across the business. And it had nothing to do with targeting add to carts, because that doesn't mean anything. I've also done this at extreme high levels of scale, where we were running a 9-figure SaaS business. And we figured out the inflection point was getting somebody to do a trial on the software. Now, somebody had overcorrected before me and tried to get just to a registration to even get into an email address. The problem was that inflection point wasn't highly enough converting. We weren't able to monetize that attention effectively enough. So we then focused on the second inflection point. And we got the cost for a trial down from $60 to $8. The conversion rate after that more or less stayed the same. And the result was the Facebook ad budget went from $3,000 a day to $50,000 a day. That's a 9-figure SaaS business. We ultimately cut back our Facebook budget by over 30 grand a day to save 1 million a month in EBITDA. And it was a tremendously profitable business. But that's the way you need to be thinking about this stuff. So again, if somebody says you need to be optimizing your conversions, they're wrong. If somebody says you should focus on add to carts, view content, they're wrong. If you're not looking at the stages of your customer journey, figuring out the bottleneck, and then amplifying the volume to that bottleneck, and then the efficiency of it, you're solving the problem the wrong way. That being said, welcome to the definitive guide to Facebook's Performance 5. Now, this looks an awful lot like the Power 5, and to be fair, most of it is fairly remedial, and we've been talking about the core elements of this stuff here on this channel since its inception. These are things that hopefully aren't new, but if they are new, that's amazing, because this is a great opportunity for you to go from a place of stress to a place of success, for you to reduce your amount of workload and increase the amount of scale and opportunity that you have. We're going to cover, first off, 3 big things that have been remedial. We've been talking about them for many years. And if you're not doing it, now is a great time to get started. And we're going to close out with 2 other things that we haven't necessarily directly addressed here, but we absolutely should, including one thing that's going to turn all those Facebook marketing expert calls that annoy the hell out of you into giant checks from Facebook for you to spend their money to scale your account, to show them what's working and what isn't. And I highly recommend you do it, because it'll also tremendously help your understanding what Facebook's doing for your entire environment. That being said, I know you could be literally anywhere in the world right now, and you've chosen to be here, and I want to say, first off, for that, thank you. I'm going to try to respect your time and make sure that we use this time that we have together to be as helpful as possible. If you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe, hit like, drop a comment down below letting me know the parts of the Power 5, or in this case now the Performance 5, that you really enjoy, and any questions you might have. Also, go ahead and read the description. There's a great long article in there, and you'll also find links to other resources like the Facebook Ads MBA program, which is my flagship training for CMO and business development, how I'm taking businesses that are no longer startup, but in scale up to exit, how we make that happen. You can also sign up for the newsletter, which is the shape of Disrupt to Come, and don't miss out on brand new opportunities like brand new courses from Disrupt to School and a lot of other great interviews and other resources. But that being said, let's get to it. So, Performance 5 is out. It's officially public. It's been public for a while. Now, some of us have been using these principles for many years. I was part of the Facebook Disruptor group that initially put together what was called the Power 5, which was the big change when Facebook became an optimized CPM first environment, which basically made things like retargeting and interest groups and ABO completely obsolete, and really paved the way for the new wave of success that everybody saw starting in 2018, 19, and 20. And why now Facebook is honestly hasn't been this easy to make money and this low touch since maybe 2015, 2016. Like, it is easier to scale a business on Facebook today than it may have ever been in your entire career. And I've been doing this for 10 years, and it's extremely exciting. That being said, what are these 3 things that we want to get started with? The first one, basic account simplification. Let me do a bar none statement. If you are trying to solve a problem by making things more complicated, you're doing it the wrong way. I sadly still see people preach having 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30 campaigns inside the Facebook ad account. This is never a good idea.
I mean, I can think of the use cases where more than 5 campaigns where we weren't talking about Facebook case studies they were funding, which we'll get to later in a minute, where those weren't the case, where that had any actual merit. I still see a lot of folks talking about that we should be doing this. We should still be using audiences like interest groups and lookalikes and retargeting and ABO. And to be honest, since 2018, we shouldn't have been. Performance 5 is a doubling down on why we shouldn't. And something we're going to touch on a little bit later also will let us prove that these things are a bad idea. So remember, account simplification. Keep it simple, keep it steady. That's how you scale. The point of Facebook and all growth and acquisition marketing is primarily to amplify the flow and the volume and the quality of business coming into your funnel and business model. Figure out what the best investment for you to be able to, what is the best type of attention that you are going to be able to monetize with confidence? And then how do we amplify that so that we can make the most amount of money with the fewest moving parts so that everything that happens after the click becomes much easier to do? Are you promoting 5 products? Why? Do you have 14 different audiences going? Why? Now you might say, well, because I get a better performance and all this stuff. How many different types of customers and how many different customer journeys and how many different types of products are you having to test landing pages for, creatives for, email flows for? What about inventory control? What about customer service? What about all of these other things that add cost? Just because the ROAS on Facebook is good doesn't mean it's a good idea for your business. And I can't tell you how many times I see people chasing this complication and short money route to getting the best ROAS so good that they go out of business because they forgot about cash flow and business development. And ultimately that means that they might make a buttload in Q4 and close up shop by February. Because ultimately you can be the best hunter in the world, but if you don't know how to farm, any time where you go 3 or 4 days without killing something, you're dead. That's not good. We've moved beyond that. You don't have to do that in Facebook anymore because ultimately Facebook has moved on from being a PPC platform that was making interest groups to hopefully grab Google advertisers by knocking off affinity models and affinity audiences. And we moved past actor-like audiences with Facebook's lookalike. We don't need any of that anymore because every ad is making its own audience, and ultimately Facebook's machine learning builds on every penny that we spend. So the idea of having an overly complicated campaign is basically saying, how much wasteful spend can I afford because my performance is good today and I don't care about being successful tomorrow. Other things we have in here is CAPI. If you don't have Conversions API attached, that's tragic. You should get it done. If you don't know how to do it, pay somebody to do it. You need to make sure that you are passing back the highest quality and highest volume information to the system as you possibly can, because Facebook is ultimately a machine learning platform. Every penny you spend on it makes the machine smarter. It's making decisions for you on a regular basis and doing the work that you tell it to do. Remember, Facebook is your employee. The ads manager is a middle management employee that you've trained. If you have to micromanage that ads manager and ultimately try to control everything that happened, at best, you are looking at data that you already know you can't trust, that is not up to date, that is incomplete, to make predictions on the future based on data points from the past in audiences that change constantly and ultimately make everything that you do after the click far more difficult. That's a terrible way. No place in business, when you actually line it up, that makes 0 sense for anything that you would ever do in the real world. Why are you doing it on Facebook? And part of that is making sure that the data that Facebook does see is as strong as possible. That is the Conversions API. That is CAPI. We've been preaching that since 2018. You absolutely need to get that installed. And I highly recommend not only do you have CAPI, but do offline conversions as well. Upload as much information as you can. Get the data set inside the platform to be as actionable as possible. Get it as much stuff. If you're doing lead gen, don't just pass back that a lead occurred. Pass back that a lead occurred. Oh, they opened up their email. Oh, they took a phone call. Oh, they booked a booking call. Oh, they showed up to that call. Oh, they bought in. Oh, they got a subscription. Pass all that information back, because those are all very valuable things for us to make decisions on. And the machine can use all of that information. If you're running it and you're saying, well, Facebook's only seeing some purchases, not seeing others. Remember, Facebook is seeing everything that you send them. If they're not seeing it, it's because you're not sending it to them. Also, they're probably not going to be able to show you everything because of privacy concerns, but you can go to the event match rate score inside of Facebook and make sure that it's as high as possible. I can tell you how many businesses I see struggle with their event match rate is like 40, 50%. If it's not at least an 80 or a 90, you're doing something tragically wrong. And that's a very big problem. Part of the simplistic ad account and CAPI is the learning phase. Now, we've had a lot of debate over the learning phase over many, many years. If you know my opinion about it, it's that basically you should respect it outright. And back in the day, when you would get your account audited by Facebook, they would give you a score. If you are over 20% in the learning phase, that's a pretty big liability. Now, what does this actually mean for you? The learning phase is Facebook's way of saying, do we have statistical significance to deliver a consistent result with the assets that we have? The answer is no, then that ad set is in learning. How much spent, what percentage of your daily budget is being spent to try to leverage assets that Facebook doesn't have confidence on delivering you a consistent result? Especially if Facebook's entire value to your business is the amplification of the volume and quality of a consistent type of user to deliver a business result that you are planning for weeks and months and years ahead on the results of. Like, if you can't consistently control that information, then it's going to be bad for you. The more spend you have in the learning phase, the worse off you are. That's a very general statement, and it holds true about 90% of the time. There are obviously exceptions to the rule, short-term sales, all sorts of other stuff. But at the end of the day, understand that the percentage of money that you're currently spending that's in the learning phase is the percentage of money that you are playing the lottery with. That's not good for business. The other side of this is just creative diversity. Facebook has been saying this for years. I've been preaching to this for years. And I don't see any reason why folks still assume that, well, UGC works well for us. We're just going to bunch of UGC. Great. Who are you targeting? Only people that open that UGC content. What if I have my sound off? What if I don't watch videos? If I only want to look at the images, you'll never target me. What if you're only using images? What if I want to watch the video? The point is, your ads are creating bespoke audiences for themselves. And you're going to hear a lot of the experts pontificate on why the diversity matters. And they should be appealing to different people, and that makes sense. But really, the reason is because every ad has an estimated action rate based on who that ad appeals to, based on its own bespoke audience. If the ads that you have an extremely high overlap of that bespoke audience, it's going to be very efficient, but unable to reach any new people. And if they're all wildly different, you might reach a whole ton of people at a very low efficiency. Now, if you have any questions on that stuff, please ask, reply below, let me know what it is, tell your friends about this stuff, and sign up for the newsletter, because I think it's going to be really, really helpful for you. Next thing that I want to talk about, and this is a really big deal, is creator content. Now, back in the day, in 2016 and 2017, this was celebrity endorsements, and then it was influencer. We called it whitelisting. If you go back, you'll find a great chat from 2018 at Shopify, where I basically lay out this whole plan. Shopify LA with Common Thread Collective, and at the time, Nick Shackelford and Savannah Sanchez were there. And I basically laid out the entire influencer whitelisting strategy that, well, people have been selling and preaching for years, as a question as to why they were doing a link click campaign instead of using chatbots. That's a whole other side note. The point here is you should be using content from creators beside yourself. People that make content unlike you. Now, remember, we talked about diversity in creative is very important. But it's not just that, well, we have some images, so let's do some video. It's also remembering that every ad makes its own bespoke audience. That means that if you're creating content, your target market, the people that actually see your ads, the target market that you're actually reaching is only the folks that respond to your type of messaging and the folks that are willing to respond to your page's content. Now, there's different thoughts. At the end of the day, I don't really think that the page an ad comes from is the reason that somebody stops their thumb. I don't really think that the account name matters nearly as much. But what does matter is that account's relationship to Facebook. If an account is making highly engaging content and Facebook knows who responds positively to that content, then that content made by that account is going to have a higher quality bespoke audience per piece of content. Now, that's going to happen, one, because maybe there's way more data points. Two, that might also be a highly curated style of content. Like, for instance, BuzzFeed nailed this. Not only did they get so good at it, but they made like little shows like the Try Guys and everything. So now anybody in that universe can promote something. And it's not just that the Try Guys are trying it. It's that if it's on brand for what they're doing, that user base has already been qualified in Facebook's algorithm as being receptive to that type of content from that page. And that gets you a much higher estimated action rate, which means you're going to be paying far lower cost on the inventory and getting better placement in the algorithm. The big side of this that I don't see anybody ever talking about is, where do you actually show up on the feed? Is it 15 minutes into a doom scroll and hey, look, there's an impression? Or is it, I go to my app and I hit open and then let's see, boom, what do I got? I got something, ad. What's that ad? Well, this one happens to be for Topo Chico. Somebody's Topo Chico. They got their meme game on point. Awesome. That's great. What that means is that Topo Chico ad, which is like the third or fourth piece of content, Topo Chico's almost overwhelmingly paying much lower for that inventory than the person that's 20 minutes into a doom scroll. Their CPMs are probably way less. And that impression is also far more impactful to me. It's the old school thinking of above the fold versus below the fold placement for advertising. Whitelisted creators that are on brand, that create content that people regularly engage with, if they also do a very good job, and this is an important deal when qualifying them, if they do a really good job of creating content that looks and feels the same, that attracts the same type of person, and you're able to tap into that customer avatar as being somebody that you want to reach with something that is something that they will respond positively to, then that ad is getting shown above the fold. It's a very different thing for instance, I did a Kris Jenner ad. We paid her $100,000. And then we took that ad and blasted it to everybody. Outside of Kris Jenner's own audiences, those ads didn't do well. Now, part of it was because it was Kris Jenner, but part of it was also because it was incredibly off-brand for her. And because it was off-brand, we were trying to show content that people didn't necessarily want to see to people that didn't engage with the type of content that we were showing them, to sell a product that didn't relate to the identity and the data set that that account had curated for itself. We were doing, mirror placement shakes. That wasn't a brand. And we failed. I still, to this day, that was in 2018, maybe. I don't know that we made our 100 grand back. Now, mind you, I've also done other deals where we paid somebody like $500 and made millions off of it. So this is a starting point. But the idea behind whitelisting is not just that you're getting other people to make creative. Yes, you're outsourcing the creative development. And yes, you're getting a lot of different looks and feels and stuff. But you're also tapping into the data that that account has, which has a lot of value in putting your thumb on the scale of estimated action rate. So you have to remember all of this stuff. Now, when you're doing whitelisting, and I don't see this talked about nearly enough, but make sure you get rights to that page so you can delete bad comments. And if you want to kind of jumpstart some stuff, you can always take that content and target fans of that page. Or if you really want to get sexy with it, you could find creators that are sort of friends or famous for the same reason. There was a period of time where I was doing a lot of influencer whitelisting back in 2017, 2018, 2019 with reality TV show stars. Now, I was doing something at the time with a lot of folks from Real Housewives. I generally had 2 or 3 housewives from every series, right? So I had some from New Jersey. We had some from Beverly Hills. We had 1 or 2 from Atlanta. The point was, if you watched that show, you were probably a fan of a couple of those people. And when I take every one of those individuals and I target their fans and their friends of fans, you start to see content all year long, because as soon as that show went off the air, as soon as Beverly Hills went off the air, I would launch the New Jersey one or the Manhattan one, whatever. You would start to see this overlapping storytelling of a bunch of creators where, remember, every ad creates its own bespoke audience and every page creates its own identity. When the Venn diagram of all of that user information has a very nice cross-section, you're going to be able to get great efficiencies. When the cross-section is maybe 50-50, but you're reaching a broad group of individuals, you might not get the same low CPA, but you might be able to spend twice as much or 10 times as much. So when you're getting into this stuff, it's not just pick creators to make fun content. Yes, you should do that. And if you're getting people to make content for you, go for it. But if you're going to go the route of whitelisting influencers and celebrities, which I highly recommend, if you can afford it, and celebrities aren't that expensive, especially if they're complimentary, you're going to get your money back if it's on brand. But you have to be able to protect the brand and then force multiply those efforts with each other. The last thing I'll say about that is that you have to remember, what type of customer are you ultimately building for yourself? We think of influencers as like, oh, they appeal to so-and-so, and oh, they've got this type of audience. What about you? Where is that cross-section complementary to you? And if you're going to reach out to new influencers, because you're using this idea of making creators and using their content, how are they complementary to what you're doing? And if they're not, if they're completely coincidental, if they're the exact same type of thing, maybe that's a great way of just outsourcing your own creative department. Or if they're completely off the wall and brand new, maybe that's a great way of grabbing new attention. And you'll probably be able to spend a lot, but you probably won't be able to see that thing come in at a massive efficiency gain over what you're currently doing. Which brings you to the point of trying to strategize efficiency versus scale. If you have any questions about this stuff, please don't forget to comment below. Sign up to the newsletter at newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com. If you really want to dive into it, mba.facebookdisruptor.com is everything that you're ever going to need to know. Now, the last thing that we're going to touch on this, and I teased it a little bit beforehand, so we're going to get right into it. Lift studies. Now, I've been doing lift studies with Facebook since maybe 2013. And I highly recommend that you do them. And we've talked about this a lot. Now, what's mentioned in the Performance 5 is a CAPI conversion lift, which is great. This is basically saying, can we prove that showing people ads made a lift in sales? Now, let me pull back the curtain and let you know the answer to that question is going to be yes. Not just because Facebook is doing the study, but just in general, you're advertising to a broad audience. Did that help awareness and growth for your business? Yes, that's Facebook's core business model. That's they're the best at the world at. Nothing has ever been greater than Facebook at doing that job at scale in the history of humanity ever. So what's the value? Well, there's a couple of things. One, The reports you get back from Facebook are incredibly detailed. And you're going to be able to understand where you have opportunity, where are you strong, where is your content delivered to, and ultimately, what can you do over the next 3 to 6 months, 9 months, or year to start taking advantage of stuff. Now, mind you, this conversion lift study, this CAPI lift study, has no impact on your business if you're not simple. If you're still using audiences, this is basically useless. Because as soon as you change interest groups, or your lookalike audience, or you try different Shopify audience, well, now that data set is completely changed. If you're going at broad, this is tremendously valuable. A conversion lift study against broad says, what can you do better to take advantage of this opportunity? If you're changing your audience, that study only worked for that ad set you just turned off 3 weeks ago because it is exhausted. Because your ability to get lucky against that inventory basically ran out. All the low-hanging fruit was gone. So you basically took that money, you made some money on it, and then you set it on fire and you went out to find the next thing to pillage and destroy. Because you're not actually building a business. You're getting the next short con to short con to short con to short con, and still looking at Facebook as like, why is it getting more expensive? Why is it unstable? Why do I have to work more than a couple hours a week? Why am I not able to trust it? Why is all this other stuff? And you're investing in these solutions that have nothing to do with long-term benefit. Now, maybe there are reasons that you're doing that because you need short-term gains, or maybe it's because there's a short little sale going on, or because you have a brand new account and you don't feel like you've got enough budget to go broad. My argument to that would be, do you have enough budget to not set yourself up for success in the future? Like, are you at such a point of volume of revenue that you don't actually need to invest your money with the effort of making money? The answer might be yes. I've done that. Managing Activision or Progressive Insurance or Disney or MGM Hotels or bringing TRX to market or Persil laundry detergent to the United States. Yeah, I've done that because their objectives weren't making money. And to be fair, there are brands out there using your interest groups that are willing to spend $1 million a day just to get market research. And on days we're like, my audience isn't working well today. It might be because there's 10 other people like me just dropping 7, 8 figures, just trying to be like, what does the audience say? And now you've got to compete with me, and I'm willing to pay 10 times as much as you are, and I don't even need to make money. So you've opened yourself up to this tremendously terrible data set, and you're trying to make decisions off of it. Now, when we're looking at this conversion lift study, and I teased this before, I'm going to get to it. You used to be able to do this on your own. Now you need some help. You know all those phone calls you've been getting from really annoying salespeople from Facebook marketing experts? This is a great opportunity. Ask them for this conversion lift study. Better yet, ask them for a power lift study. And I haven't seen anyone talking about this. And I've been watching Performance 5 videos since like May to see if anybody mentions it. Haven't heard it once. What's a power lift study? It's a brand lift plus conversion lift study to basically say, when we're advertising on Facebook, what's the overall lift to our brand awareness and sentiment? And then based on that, how much better is our conversions? On top of all of that stuff, what can we do to improve our ability to leverage that for monetization of that attention? Now that's great information. And if you're running broad and you're doing concept testing and you're trying to leverage a hero product to build LTV, this is tremendously valuable. If you're still using ABO and interest groups and prospecting and retargeting and all of this other stuff, this is good. It'll make you look great to your boss, don't get me wrong. But it's not actionable. And it basically means you waste your time. And I'm done burying the lead. I'm going to finish burying it. And here we go. This is what really matters. When you start doing conversion lift studies and power lift studies and brand lift studies, what is that actually doing? One, it's giving you tremendous information. Two, it's getting you involved with multiple departments at Facebook. It's getting you to be somebody who's leaned into the betterment of the platform. And if, as a result of you doing that study, you're able to increase spend, and you're able to invest more resources, And probably the reason you're improving spend and able to invest more resources because you're making higher quality content, making better decisions, which ultimately gives a more desirable user experience to the Facebook user, which means they're able to retain consumer attention for longer and monetize that attention 10x against everybody else. They're tapping into fractional banking because you as an advertiser, because you're able to spend more, that means that you are less of a liability to them, because the reason you're able to spend more is because you're getting greater efficiency, because you're doing a better job at treating Facebook with respect as your business partner. I know there's a convoluted way around it, but understand, like, that's basically what happens, right? Either you get short-term con wins, which, you know, there are plenty of folks that still think Facebook is Google in 2006 and they're out to get you and they don't have any respect for you and they're not in business with you at all, and then complain about Facebook costs rising. And the first thing they do when they tell you how to improve your account is, we're going to test audiences and we're going to do all this other stuff, and you get great results with a lookalike or an interest group, and then it kind of dies off, and then maybe you need the next agency, and then because you weren't abusing all of your clients and building data for a couple of months, they come in with a sale and then get more information. Then seasonality takes, you're just on this flywheel of new agency every 4 to 6 months, and everybody does great out of the gate, and then they shit the bed because nobody actually cares about you. Or you're doing better because you've gone to broad, you've taken these insights into account, and Facebook sees that. Then what do? They open up their wallet and say, hey, we have something else. Thanks to this Powerlift study, we've seen that it's grown. Now, we would love for you to spend more. Would you do a dollar for dollar match on a $5,000 or $10,000 case study? Yeah, I'll do that. Now, it might be a complete change in your business, but it's free money. And if you get a 50% return on it, you broke even. What happens when you start taking free money from Facebook and start working with their product and engineering and marketing teams? Well, you become somebody they go to all the time. And you extrapolate that out over a long period of time, and you're going to start to see $10,000, $25,000, $100,000 case studies with Facebook. I've seen brands go from, we don't trust Facebook, it's incredibly unstable, and they're out to get us, to, we're getting $10,000 a month in case studies in a matter of like 7 or 8 months. What if you got 6 figures a year in supplemented spend and Facebook was working with you? How would that change your future? The path to making that happen is not ABO. The path to making that happen is not prospecting and retargeting campaign. The path to that happening is not having a testing campaign and a scaling campaign. The path to that is not testing a whole bunch of audiences and then trying to design content that works for that. No. The path to that is running a very simple account. And we've talked about it. All you need is literally one campaign with broad targeting and dynamic creatives to improve the effectiveness of that broad targeting. Where you've got CAPI installed, Conversions API, and you have a diversity in your creative, where you are leveraging creators for you to bring you incrementality to your core business. And when those people call you and they're really annoying and all this stuff, those people that are trying to write you $10,000, $25,000 checks, and they might not even know. And you're just saying yes to every single one of them. That's how you put your thumb on the scale. That is how you massively amp up your business. That's what separates the people that preach victim mentality as a business model, i.e. literally anybody talking about ABO or interest groups or retargeting or any of this other nonsense, and brings you into the other space of, we're getting all of the things before Facebook makes it available. And we've got reps and we're spending $100,000 a year or more of Facebook's money. And our business is doing really, really well. And it's a lot less work. At the end of the day, you have a choice. And I'll leave you with this. You can do what Facebook asks you to do. The Performance 5 is a modern adaptation of the Power 5, and I was there very specifically to test and evaluate how to make those things work. Me personally, advanced matching and CBO and dynamic ads. That's what I really helped push with a lot of case studies back in the day. And what do I preach all the time? Broad audiences, which leverages advanced matching, CBO because ABO is dumb, and dynamic ads, DCTs and DPAs. To a greater extent, more recently, Advantage Plus, and we'll get into that stuff here pretty soon. You can lean into all of that. Or you can say, Facebook is out to get me. At which point, why are you running it anyway? If you're going to spend money on Facebook, wouldn't it behoove you to start using it properly? Instead of saying that they are abusers that you're empowering with your pocketbook because you need to. You don't need to. You don't like it? There's a lot of other places on the internet you can spend money. Facebook is very straightforward when they say how to use it in the best way. And the honest truth is, Performance 5 is probably the third big blueprint that I've seen in the last 10 years where Facebook says, use it this way, you're going to be better off. Overwhelmingly, the people that are very successful, and I'm not talking about the ad agencies that are spending other people's money, that land a couple clients that don't need them, that brag all the time. I'm talking about the brands that truly crush, where you don't even really ever see the people behind the curtain because they're just doing really good jobs. They're all doing this stuff. What's the big secret between the 8-figure business working its way to a 9-figure exit and you struggling at 6, even though you have the exact same everything? Maybe it's the way that you treat your business partner. Hey, so how Facebook works, or more importantly, why iOS 14 didn't really have nearly the level of impact that most people said. Yes, it did cause concern to folks, but we're going to get into why that happened and why it isn't an excuse that you should use anymore. And honestly, if it is a problem, what you can do to overcome that issue right now. That simple. So when you walk out of here, you're going to get one of 3 big things, because we're going to cover the history behind how Facebook works with you. We're going to cover how it tracks information. We're going to cover the data set that they use inside of the auction, as well as the optimized CPM environment. And then we're also going to get to iOS 14. But I said, the 3 big things you're going to come away from this is, number 1, you are going to feel confident in no longer blaming iOS 14 and have an action plan to make your account better right away. Number 2 is, if anytime you see somebody says, well, iOS 14 is the reason we're having a problem and we're really struggling right now, you're going to be able to point to them and understand what they don't understand about Facebook ad platform and be able to help them out to make them better. And number 3, you're going to have the confidence to understand that actually the next couple of years is going to be one of, if not the greatest boom in e-commerce that we have ever seen on the back of Facebook ads. Let's go! First thing, I understand that people have had problems. I just want you to know that I'm super excited about the fact that they don't have to be problems. And number 2, I know you could be literally anywhere on the internet right now, but you've decided to pay attention to me. I'm going to try to not yell so much during this thing. I'm just super passionate about it because honestly, I've seen a lot of people, a lot of folks that I respect, blame iOS 14 for why they're not being successful, when really the issue is they never adopted the practices that are going to prevent iOS 14 from being a problem. And that's a really big issue. Primarily, to cover it right out of the gate, the number 1 reason that iOS 14 caused problem for advertisers is because they refused to do things the proper way for the several years leading up to the release of this. And here's a big thing that's going to drop. Google is going to do the exact same thing in a couple of weeks or months, or by the time you watch it, it might have already happened. So we're going to cover today, number 1, how to set up your account to not worry about it. Number 2, why that's not really a good excuse. And number 3, the actual quantifiable impact that we're going to see from all of it. So I really appreciate you being here through all of this stuff. Yes, I'm passionate about this stuff. I talk about it all the time. This is what I do because your success is my objective. I want you to walk away feeling empowered and confident, understanding what it is that you should be doing to make the absolute best of your future in Facebook advertising. With that being said, subscribe if you love it. If you have questions or you want to call me out on something, do not be shy to comment or reply. I want to know, and suggest anything else that I might be covering. But let's get into it. So the first thing that we have to cover is the biggest data set that Facebook has on anybody, and that is your history with the platform. Now, when Facebook started, Facebook was designed as a PPC platform, a pay-per-click. Now, that meant that advertisers running Facebook ads, in order to grab people, Facebook designed it to operate and look and feel a lot like Google. And that's where interest groups come from, for instance. They're affinity audiences. Now, eventually, Facebook dropped the conversion pixel, moved to an optimized CPM environment, and completely abandoned interest groups for dev purposes. That was over 5 years ago. So when you're using interest groups, understand that you're using a piece of tech that hasn't been updated since before Trump came into office in America. That's how far back the technology you're using. And believe me, if you've ever tried to use technology that's 5 or 10 years old, it's not that good. Also, thousands of those interest groups are getting deprecated on a regular basis. If you're building your castle on sand, when the tide comes in and you have nothing left, it's not anybody but yourself to blame when you were left holding the bag with nothing to do. So we're gonna really cover in that. So remember, the reason we got to this place is because Facebook was designed to replicate the way that Google worked. Then they invented a new environment for advertising and consumer experience to optimize the end user experience on the platform, called OCPM. And since then, everything that they built before that was completely irrelevant. Sometimes they keep it around for legacy purposes, but at the end of the day, most of these things are severe liabilities to your success. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. Because at the end of the day, if your entire business is built on something that could disappear tomorrow, and probably will, sooner than later, you're not building a very sustainable business. And that's going to be a problem. So the first thing that Facebook has is your entire history. Now, the average person, the average American adult, let's go with that, has been on Facebook for almost 10 years. If not more. And in that 10 years, Facebook has seen all the pages you've liked, all the people that you've talked to. Facebook has seen all the pages that you've engaged with, all the groups that you've joined, all the words that you've sent to people 9 years ago, 10 years ago, from somebody like me, maybe 11 or 12 or 13 years ago, and what you've done today. Facebook still knows the pages you engage with, what videos you're watching, the messages you're sending to your friends on Instagram and on Facebook and on WhatsApp. They know all the words you're using. They know all the links that you're sending. They know all the videos that you're watching. They know the pages that you engage with. So Facebook has a decade-long, nearly profile of who you are. And they understand your behavior and what it takes for you to want to do a certain thing. Like maybe I'm somebody that needs to see an ad 50 times before they get a conversion, but I'm gonna start thinking about it 2 months in advance, versus you might be somebody totally different. But Facebook has this user profile on literally billions of people around the entire world. And why that really matters is because it's a machine learning algorithm. They can look at that near decade on average of data from at least the United States of adult users and understand what gets them to do a certain thing. If they didn't, you wouldn't still be on Facebook anymore, because they use this technology to make sure that you engage with people in a way that makes you want to come back, and that you engage in the platform in a way that makes you feel good or bad or whatever, but you're getting a dopamine or serotonin hit and you come back. Facebook's exceptionally good at this. And there's no reason in the world to think, well, they're really good at the organic side, and Instagram is great at showing me things. And of course, when I click on something during Christmas on one drop shipping offer, I'm tracked by a million things, but also the targeting is complete trash and the system's completely broken. Those two things aren't in alignment. Either it's complete trash and totally broken, or you log on to it all the time, and every time you go to any product or anything else, you're flooded with things exactly like it. Now, the reason you're flooded with it is because the optimized CPM environment, a thing called advanced matching that comes from the Power 5 that was invented in 2017. You should really dive into a lot of that. We had the Disruptor Group did over $100 million in testing to help you 5 years ago know what you're supposed to do. And I've been teaching that for years and years and years ever since. Second thing that Facebook looks at, your current activity. What pages are you clicking on? What words are you using? What websites have you been to? Now, I know iOS 14, and look, we're going to get there. But what pages, ads are you clicking on? Maybe you're clicking on an ad from Adidas that features a certain product that has certain descriptions and comes from a dynamic product newsfeed, so they have the entire catalog description of it. Maybe you're cycling through things. Maybe every time you've done this before, you're most likely to do something like this, and you've established that trend of a behavior because Facebook knows who you are over the last 5-10 years, right? Maybe you've been conditioned to behave in a certain way, and really it's just a mirror of who you are. So when you've taught Facebook, the machine learning platform, to understand how you behave, you continue to behave that way, and it understands how to manipulate you or give you what it is that you're asking for to deliver the result that you want, right? Because ultimately, if it didn't, you wouldn't use it, right? Your customers wouldn't use it. There wouldn't be billions of people. And before you say this, yes, Facebook stopped growing. You know who else stopped growing? Google. 20 years ago. Are they dead? No. You know what else stopped growing? Email. Almost 30 years ago, right? Basically, the only real adoption change that has happened in the tech, sorry, that's like 25 years ago, is that more and more people got email accounts. But like Gmail as a user base peaked a generation ago. The tech hasn't evolved in 25 years, really, right? Search is basically search. Now, the tech behind the ad units has changed a little bit, but that's not what people are complaining about when they say, well, Facebook stopped growing because they basically became a standard for literally every person on the planet with a smartphone. Not everybody. Clearly not everybody has it. I'm being a little hyperbolic there. I'm going to call myself out for it. But here's the point. Facebook's projection this year, they fell short. Now I hear you saying out there, well, the guy said iOS 14. Yeah, iOS 14, because of the implication and people's misuse of the ad tech, caused severe problems for some advertisers to spend appropriately. Same thing happened in 2018. Same thing happened in 2015. Same thing happened in 2010 or 2011. When they added new tech, it became disruptive. They lost some advertisers. And what happened the next year? A boom in spend. What are we seeing already since 2022 versus 2021? Increased spend on Facebook. Globally speaking, they're getting more ad dollars than they used to. Now, that's a trend. It's a projection. I get that. But literally every single time that there's been a disruptive change in the ad tech, there was a push and a growth in the overall spend on the platform every year afterward. That's a fact. Again, objective fact, not an opinion. That's backed by literally every data point available to the public about that matter. So, moving forward, one, I want to tell, we're going to address, that was the history of what Facebook has on you, and that's the current activity. Facebook also knows what you're clicking on, right? Facebook knows what content you're clicking on, what type of content you're clicking on, whose content you're clicking on, right? Again, maybe you're clicking on Nike's ads. Maybe you're clicking on Pizza Hut ads. Maybe you're clicking on some direct consumer thing, like you're really into, I don't know, some brand. I was about to name a bunch, but I don't want to call everybody out. Let's just say the bunch of things that you thoroughly enjoy. What do you see? More stuff like that, right? Even when you're on Amazon looking for stuff, or maybe Google things, your feed starts to feel like, hey, Facebook knows what I want. It's showing me more things. If your experience is anything like that, then you can't then also say, hey, Facebook is broken. Some people know how to use it. Some people don't. We're going to fix all of that. The last thing that we have to address here that's really important is banking data and backend shared data, where literally almost every e-commerce platform and network shares this information left, right, and center. So let's take an average user experience. Say you logged on, you got a Facebook account in 2010, okay? So you've had a Facebook account for 12 years. You might have literally clicked on content from 1,000 different web pages, Facebook pages. You might have made a couple hundred or a couple thousand friends and unfriended them along the way. You might have started an Instagram account and engaged with 10 or 100,000 or 1,000,000 pieces of content by now. The like button, reading the description, watching videos, sharing things, messaging people. So you've got 12 years of what amounts to 10, 100 million data points that Facebook can understand your consumer behavior and what you want to see, and also what's most likely to get you to take a desired action that you are happy with and come back for more. Remember, if you didn't like ads, you could X out of them all the time, and you know what? You're less likely to see ads. And if you didn't like content, you know what? You would delete your Facebook account. But the fact is, you probably aren't that person. And the fact is, 95% of users are also not that person. So the overwhelming majority of users, let's say, are like this. Let's say they started their Facebook account in 2012. We have a decade of thousands of Facebook pages and maybe over 100 million data points of stuff you've done just on Facebook and inside of their environment with WhatsApp and Instagram and Facebook and Messenger, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now Facebook says, well, you know, every spring you seem to look at flowers, right? And you're searching at stuff. Well, we know what pages you've interacted with for the last 7 years. We know about the time that you're coming into that stuff. We know roughly the kinds of things that you're leaning into. We know roughly the kind of content that you've been really enjoying lately. And we know that you've also purchased from these thousands or hundreds of web pages over that decade, because the Facebook pixel's been placed on all of that, and your credit card data said so. Now, they're never matching this back to you personally. It's all hashed information. But your MAC address, credit card, the payments you've done on all of the apps on your phone, because you probably let Facebook track all of your apps and your location and the access to your images and your videos and all of those things on your phone. And then you got iOS 14, and you're like, well, Facebook can't see me anymore. Really? Does iOS 14 block what you're doing on Facebook? No. Does iOS 14 block seeing the messages that you send on Messenger? No. Does iOS 14 block the content that you watch on Instagram? No. Does iOS 14 prevent Facebook from understanding content you click on? No. Does iOS 14 block Facebook from seeing you clicked on an ad from Nike, left Facebook, kept it open, but left, came back 15, 20 minutes later, the next day you clicked on a Reebok ad, left, did whatever, came back. Let's say they can't see anything that you've ever done on the web page. They know all the pages that you're clicking on. They know all the videos that you're watching. They know what you're trying to do on your phone, right? And most importantly, when you make purchases, Facebook knows. This data has been passed back and forth for like a decade. You used to literally be able to tap into it as a targeting audience on Facebook. Back when I started, that was totally an option. You used to be able to do that on Google too. Now, Facebook doesn't let you target people because of that, but do you think that means that they don't have it? Really? Let me help you out. Because I have friends in the engineering department, and I've literally helped Facebook put together creative testing at CBO and advanced matching. I was a part of the disruptive group testing that I was a part of. Facebook can see all of that. Facebook knows what's in the background of the videos that you're watching. Facebook can identify that, hey, that's a Steelers hat. That's a terrible towel, right? They might know this is a fucking whiteboard. They know this is a Van Halen shirt. They probably know 1,000 websites selling this kind of content right now. This product right now. Facebook probably knows, oh, this wedding ring came from a certain place. Facebook knows that's this type of plant, right? Or something along those lines. They know that this lamp came from IKEA, right? It's been in enough videos, Facebook can identify it. The AI has been able to do that for 5 years now. So my point is, do you really think iOS 14 is blocking everything? Because here's what the algorithm is bringing into when it's trying to understand what impression to give somebody. Let's go through the algorithm at a very high level, but also somewhat detailed. Number one, what is this person likely to engage with, right? What type of content have they engaged with? What type of words are they using? What other pages have they clicked on their content or followed? Or what type of images or videos has been on their Instagram reel? Why is their discover section of their Instagram reel section so attuned to them? Because they know what you're doing, right? What about this person has happened lately? Second, what behavior is this person showing right now, at least, that lets us know what they may or may not be interested in? What behavior can get somebody to take a specific action? Well, maybe over that decade, Facebook knows that, well, when it's springtime, end of winter, when it's beginning of February, this person's likely to buy some flowers around the 1st to the 5th. Who do you think is going to see an ad for flowers on that day? The person that's never bought them before, or the person that's bought them every year beforehand? What if you need 3 to 5 ads to get it? What if you need 30? What if they already know that you buy from 100 flowers every time? Whose content do you think you're going to see? Even though you don't like the page, you've never followed the page, you've never engaged with it other than to buy it on a regular basis, basically the same week every single year? Do you think Facebook just doesn't care about that? It's sort of like this, quote from Dr. Dre. It's like, what do you think? What do you think of my guns? What do you think? I ain't got none? Do you think I sold them all? No, still got them. Facebook still has the data. So why wouldn't they use it? I can tell you for a fact that they do. So Facebook has this entire history of who you are, right? So we have the current activity that you're taking, plus your entire history, maybe 10, maybe 100 or 1,000,000 data points or more to understand how to get you in a conversation to get you to a certain place, how to prime you for a certain action, knowing what type of content you like. Maybe your type of content changes because of the people that you're around. Maybe your friends have changed your behavior. Maybe you got married. Maybe you got divorced. Maybe you had kids. Maybe you moved. Maybe you graduated. Maybe you changed political parties or got tattoos or whatever. Facebook knows. You've told it most of those things, right? Their memories, right? Their announcements, right? Their connections that you're making with people, right? Your phone has been in proximity of these other people. They're also doing all these other things. Facebook knows that. So they have your current activity. They have these hundreds of millions of data points to prime you for something. Plus, they know what your entire social network is doing. After all of that, they also know the things that you're buying on the majority of websites that you've ever bought anything on, and you put ad blockers on, so Facebook doesn't know what you're doing today, but they know what you purchased. And that information can absolutely be tracked back to your user experience. Then we get into iOS 14 blocks this little piece. So moving across the screen, like trying to understand, Facebook sees all your entire history at the very, very, very end of this conversation, right? The very, very end. Like the last 2% of the last 3% of the last 1/4 of anything that could possibly matter. OIS 14 is blocking what you're doing on the page. Well, clearly that means Facebook is broken. The point here is iOS 14's data blocking isn't hurting Facebook from giving you an experience designed to deliver you the type of platform experience that you've told it you want. And most importantly, what this means is broad targeting allows the ad to define its own lookalike audience of people that also behave. If a whole bunch of people with a million different profiles all behaved in a similar way, who do you think Facebook's going to show that ad to next? Somebody that looks like those people and behaves like them, that has a pretty high confidence is going to deliver a desired result somewhere down the way. And whatever that person's customer journey needs to be to deliver a desired action to the advertiser so that they want. Remember, every ad basically makes its own lookalike audience. That's, again, not an opinion. That's empirical fact. That's an analogy, but that's 100% what happens. That's why broad targeting works. Because broad just basically says, hey, Facebook, I'm not going to prevent you from showing this impression to the right person. Now, instead, you could say interest groups. Oh, this person's interested in something. Now, they might be interested in a positive way or in a negative way. I don't care. They might hate something and talk about how much they hate it every single day. Well, they're interested in it. I'm going to show them an ad. And more importantly, what that interest group really is it's the entire microcosm of the all available impressions and saying, all right, I want to pay more money to make my ad only appear to these people. Whether they like it or not, I'm going to try to let Facebook, the circle of the lookalike audience, right? Let's pretend it's a giant circle. Facebook, I want you to target only the people where in that interest group, let's call that also a circle, where the Venn diagram of that entire ad's lookalike audience also happens to cross into that interest group. And then you say, hey, that's working great. Let me throw more money at it. What happens? Eventually you run out of people in that Venn diagram. And then you just start showing ads to people that don't really give a fuck. And then what happens? Well, one, you're paying extra money to prevent those ads from reaching people who would absolutely be interested. And two, you're giving people a really bad experience. You're forcing your ads on people that aren't interested at all. So you're lowering your page score and raising your average CPM across your entire account. Are your CPMs $30, $40, $50, $60? Are you running only broad audiences? Are you specifically doing creative testing, primarily with dynamic ads, to solve specific business problems of trying to either make a certain sales pitch better or reach a different type of person because your ads do the targeting? No? Maybe that's why. The bottom line here is this. iOS 14 was a bad week and a half. After that, what we saw was a decimation of the people that disrespected the customer from having the same results that they did before. Because Facebook's response to that, especially with aggregated events manager and everything else, wasn't just that, oh, we're struggling showing ads to people. Facebook also made a very specific point, and they publicly spoke about this, which apparently every media buyer willing to blame iOS 14 just doesn't know what happened or is completely willing to ignore it or forgot about it. But they made a very specific point several times since to say that the end user experience is more important than ever. Whether that's their doubling down on Reels, or saying that Instagram is a video-only platform, or saying that Facebook is about communities. What does all that mean? All that means is Facebook saying, well, these are the things that people like. So we're going to prioritize those things over something else. And what that really means is, if you don't care about our users, we don't care about you. So your plan moving forward needs to be as fast as possible to move yourself away from things that disrespect your customer and disrespect Facebook. No partnership is strong because one partner in that relationship, you and Facebook, where one side of it is wildly disrespectful to the other. Those things don't last. The reason that Facebook hacks don't work is because they're meant to circumvent this. lookalike audiences and cost cap and all these other things that totally can work. And I'm not saying you shouldn't use them. There's an appropriate use for them. But it doesn't mean they're the best thing for everything. Most of the time, these are incremental options to an environment that is stable and proven. So ultimately, what you need to do is decide, are you going to continue to work harder and harder to pay more and more money to make it more and more difficult for your ad to reach the right person while disrespecting your customer and then complaining that Facebook is more and more expensive? Or are you going to adopt broad? Start using dynamic ads for your testing and move into the warm future for everybody else that's going to have tremendous success in the years to come. That's really your choice. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just here to tell you that if you want to stop being stressed out and unsuccessful, and you want to stop being a victim of iOS 14, the most empowering thing you can do for yourself is give a fuck about the other person, the other end of your ad. Welcome to the definitive guide to DPA ads on Facebook. A lot of folks know these ads as easy ways to get retargeting going, but they're actually missing some very core competencies around it and some amazing opportunities like how to use it to do market research. Also, what are your audience requirements to really make this scale? And why does this actually super help our one campaign strategy? This is one of the core elements of what to do in the one step beyond one campaign. And if you're running any sort of store with more than 4 or 5 SKUs in it and you're not using DPA ads, I urge you to give it a shot. Now, it's not always the best for every single advertiser. It's not always the best for every single brand. But if you haven't tried it yet, this is untapped markets for you where you can be making really easy money and cash flow, especially if you're super high ticket and especially if you have a lot of SKUs. With that being said, let's dive into this. And before we get started, I just want to say this. I know you can be literally anywhere in the world right now, and I really appreciate you taking your time to be here with me today. I'm going to make sure that this is as useful and as helpful to you as possible. If you have any questions with the stuff, please feel free to write down in below what they are, and I will get back to you. Also, read the description of this. There's an insanely helpful article, and there are links down below to the Facebook Ads MBA program, which is the #1 resource to teach you how to be more than just a media buyer, but actually a brand building CMO that will give you the strength, skills, and abilities with framework and repeatable systems and process to take just about any brand that can succeed to a place far above and beyond anywhere that you might be able to get it without. And also, don't forget to sign up for the newsletter at newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com to make sure that you see helpful information in your inbox on a weekly basis. There's so much more in there, but we'll not try to drive all of that. Go down, ring the bell, subscribe. Let's get started. So, we all know and love DPA ads as, you know, what we ultimately end up using to do retargeting often, right? And we know it from that resource. And to be fair, that's a great use case of it. But when we are doing retargeting with DPA ads, we also have to remember that we need to understand what the right audience is. And we could also go broad with it, what we call DABA, dynamic ads for broad audiences. So there's a lot of applications here. That being said, let's dive into understanding what audiences you should actually use and what those requirements really are for this to be meaningful to you at all in the first place. First thing we need to understand is what is the level of investment that we're willing to make in running our DPA ads? Is it 20 bucks a day? Is it 1,000 a day? Is it 10% of our budget? Is it 50% of our budget? We also need to understand something else. What does success look like? And are we going to be able to use this audience in a way where we're going to be able to leverage machine learning because we're getting out of the learning phase? Or ultimately, are we using this retargeting audience primarily to push cash flow, even though we're not able to necessarily leave the learning phase, but because strategically that audience is so effective for us, we can still get good results? Those are all really great questions, and you need to have the answers to those questions before you get started. So let's break down the #1 thing. what audience should we run this against anyway? Well, the easiest answer is go view content last 7 days and see what happens. Now, that's going to be helpful, maybe, hopefully, and that's a decently educated guess. But there's a lot of there's much better ways of looking at this and a lot more information that you should be looking at. First off, let's try to understand what the CPMs are going to be at our DPA. Let's say it's $50 CPMs. Okay. Now let's say we're willing to spend $100 on a DPA ad. Okay. That means we are likely to see 2,000 impressions. Okay. Now let's say that we are ultimately gonna see a good result around a baseline of 2 impressions per day per user. That's a decent expectation in a retargeting audience. All right. So that means on a daily basis, we have enough money to realistically reach about 1,000 people. Okay. Now, we also know that at best, if you get extreme saturation and a really high frequency, maybe you're going to reach 50% of any target audience. Okay. So that means in order to reach an audience of 1,000 people 2 times with your $100 a day budget, you're going to need an audience that's at least 2,000 individuals. Good to know. Now, how do we determine what that audience even looks like? Well, you can go in and guess, or you can go into your events manager and start to play around with parts of the funnel and timelines. You can get up to 28 days worth of information, and if it's longer than that, you can extrapolate the information. But let's just say, what is the add to carts over the last week? Now, it's probably not unique, but if add to carts over the last week is 300 people, you can pretty much guarantee that there's no way you're going to be able to use an add to cart audience with any recency of a month or less with a DPA ad. There's just not enough people. Now, maybe you can get 50, 60 bucks a day and you get a couple sales out of it, but you're going to be hammering a lot of people with your ads that don't want to buy. Remember, the vast majority of people in a retargeting audience are not going to convert. Let's say it's a 10% conversion rate and there's 1,000 people in that audience. That means 900 people have no interest in your product. That means that if you are reaching, say, 400 or 500 people a day, and let's say it's 500, 450 of those people, 900 out of those 1,000 impressions are bad. Let's use a real world example. If you've shown an interest in, say, a vacuum cleaner, and then for the next month, a vacuum cleaner salesman comes to your door twice a day to try to sell you, by like day 2 or 3, you're gonna hate that person. How many people do you think hate your brand right now? Do you think that's ultimately helpful for your relationship with Facebook as an advertiser? Yeah, you're making sales, but is that really a good thing? Long term, is the upside of revenue offsetting the damage that is being done? That's a probably no. So we need an audience that's much larger than that. And also, if I added to cart 27 days ago, and I haven't added to cart ever since, and you've been knocking on my door twice a day, do you think that I'm going to change my mind all of a sudden? And it's just probably no. Plus, I'm probably also seeing your targeting, your ads in broad targeting if I have any interest in the brand. So that recency also plays a pretty big part. How many days are you willing to bother somebody incessantly after they already tell you no? What if this was dating? Do we live in a world where you think that when somebody says no, please stop, your best thinking is to bother them repeatedly, multiple times a day for weeks on end until they change their mind. But that's the theory behind basically all retargeting on Facebook. So when we use retargeting with DPA ads, we have to get above and beyond that. Let's assume that $50 CPM and $100 budget. And again, these are just very round numbers. Yours might be very different. I've seen DPA ads as low as $20 CPMs and as high as 100, right? I've used it on budgets that are $20 a day and as high as a couple thousand. So just using round numbers here. So instead, maybe our focus should be, let's find an audience that's 4,000 or 5,000 people with a little bit of recency. Now we can go back to that events manager and see, well, we've got 5,000 view contents in the last week. Let's use that. Those aren't necessarily unique pixel events. What if somebody views your product multiple times or multiple products? A great way to decipher this is using your Google Analytics or site insights and determine how many pages does the average person look at. Divide that view content number by that page view number, and you're going to get to some factor. Let's say an audience is 5,000 people, and the average person looks at 1.8 web pages. Let's use an easy number. Let's say it's 2. Okay, then that 5,000 view content is really maybe 2,500 people. Well, let's double the timeline out to 2 weeks. Now it's roughly 5,000 people. 5,000 people. Now we're getting in a spot where we aren't bothering everybody constantly. Our frequency is probably going to be lower on a day. And because we're driving enough interactions, as people fall out of that window, new people fall in. And now we're sitting in a situation where if that works, we can also scale our budget. That's a phenomenally better situation than just saying, I'm going to do this. Now, mind you, if you have a lot of volume, for instance, I was sitting in a spot where I was getting 1,000 add to carts in a week, sometimes a day. I would go add to cart one day with DPA and I was crushing. But I was also spending like $30,000 to $50,000 a day on a brand where that was reflective of 40% of revenue. So just understand your audience requirements and the impact it has on your business and why retargeting is not a good idea most of the time. And when it is a good idea, Broad is already doing that for you. So if you have any questions about this stuff, please write below and look down below. There's an article in here that's also going to be very, very helpful for you to understand this stuff. If you like this, please go ahead and tap like, go ahead and subscribe. If you're listening on the audio podcast, set it for download. You don't even have to listen. I'd appreciate it a lot. And if you really value this information, don't forget to sign up for the newsletter at newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com or check out the MBA program at mba.facebookdisruptor.com. Now, let's look at another side of DPA, which is something I find is criminally underappreciated. And by that, I mean, I see literally no one talking about it, even though it is potentially the most valuable part of DPA outside of the cash flow. Market research. Did you know that in a dynamic ad, just like in dynamic creatives where you can go to breakdown, delivery, and look at the spend, whatnot by element, you can also go in and look at the breakdown by product ID. Now, if you go into the Facebook and you see breakdown and you see delivery and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you're going to see product ID. Now, the amazing thing about this is it lets you actually see how much spend went to each SKU or even each variant ID within your product catalog. Now, this is great because it's going to let you know, well, what do people actually want to see? Much like in dynamic creative where Facebook is showing people the copy and the content that is most likely to get them to engage and have a positive experience. With DPA ads, it's also showing them the products that's most likely to get them that experience. And wouldn't you love to know when somebody's walking through your store what they're actually interested in? What if you mailed them a catalog and you knew every single page that got dog-eared and every single product that was circled and everything else? Because when you run DPA ads, you have that information. Now, the best part about this is you could easily take that info and then index it by level of intent. What if you have an add to cart from the last 14 days and a view content from the last week? What is the difference in delivery by product? Is the abandoned cart product in that audience of folks that have abandoned cart, the product IDs that get the most spend, does it match what happens when people are just shopping around the store? What's really interesting here is it lets you know what products people are window shopping on and what products people are legitimately interested in. And when they've already rejected your primary offer, what products get them most interested to come back into the store? Now, I've used this to develop bundles. I've used this to ultimately shift what our hero products are. It's also excellent to understand what your pre and post-transactional upsells should be. What if, when somebody went to your primary product and they checked out, you offered them the 2 or 3 other products that most people were actually interested in when given the chance to navigate freely, and shown the products that they were most interested based on their traffic around the entire internet and their behavior in the real world? This is a game changer. Remember, the most popular products by just actual site visits and volume of sales generally aligns with whatever's being promoted the most. So you can't look to, well, these are the products we sell the most, if you're not promoting every product evenly. I'm not saying you should ever promote all the products evenly. What I'm saying is there's a product you are selling the most. There might also be a product that maybe it's your 4th bestseller, but it's getting you a ton of traffic when you give Facebook the opportunity to show your catalog. And maybe that's because that's a really well-selling product in the market, that you have a solution that is getting you attention. That is incredibly helpful information. Also, if you have variants, wouldn't it be interesting to know that the red shoe is getting 10 times as much spend as the blue one? What about the blue bra is getting 10 times the amount of spend as the white one? That's good information. Maybe I can use that information to change my landing page or my product images or my creative on the front end outright. The point here is your market, the people that you're targeting with ads, with DPA, or in this case, DABA as well, which is just DPA, but to a broad audience instead of retargeting. They're giving you tremendous information. And if you're not indexing this spend against product to take actionable insight, you are missing, I would consider, the vast majority of the value of that DPA spend. Now, some people will look at DPA and say, look, this is amazing. I'm able to get a 3x ROAS. I don't care about a 3x ROAS on a little bit of spend every day. I care about the information that's going to give me a 10% boost in conversion rate on my landing page. I care about the information that's going to give me a 20% lower CPA because I've been able to give creative direction to my content developers for my primary ads. I'm interested in knowing what product most people are likely to take as an upsell so I can improve my AOV by 70%. That's phenomenally more important than a couple sales a day, or even a couple dozen, because these are mountain moving decisions. Again, That's why we use broad audiences. That's why we use dynamic ads. That's why we index for performance, and we understand the information being given, because the vast majority of the value of Facebook is the amplification of our existing business model. If you're not letting your customers tell you exactly what they want and then responding to that, you're being negligent to the upside of your business. Now, I'll give you a real world example of this that stunned and amazed me and fundamentally changed the way I thought about retail. I'm sure you've heard of this brand called, or the store called Hot Topic. Now, Hot Topic is really cool if you're like 14. What Hot Topic did in the mid-90s was they sold all the sorts of stuff that, you know, teenagers were into. But one of the things they did is they had a little notebook on the counter at every store that said, hey, if we don't have something, let us know what you want. And it was the job of the manager of every store to send in this information. What Hot Topic was able to do was pull their audience to understand what products those customers wanted. And as a result, they were able to stay ahead of the retail curve from grunge to emo to anime. Sometimes years ahead of their competitors, because they were responding to what their customers wanted. The point here is your customers are giving you a wealth of information. Your job is to take advantage of that. And if you're not looking at the index of spend by product or variant ID within your DPA ads, you are neglecting potentially the most valuable investment into business intelligence that you're going to get from Facebook ads. Because Facebook ads generally don't steer the ship, right? They're the engine that sits in the back. They're not telling you where to go. They're pushing you in the direction that you've already decided. DPA ads, though, can be the scouts that let you know, should I keep going north or west or east? If you want to remove the guesswork, just respond to the needs of your market that they're already telling you with their eyeballs and money. That's how you scale. That's how you succeed. If you have any questions about this stuff, please comment below. Let me know. Sign up for the newsletter at newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com. The Shape of Disrupt to Come is the weekly newsletter I send out every week with fun deals and discounts and bundles and interviews and articles and blogs and videos to you on a regular basis so that you can stay at the bleeding edge of all of this stuff. And if you really want to up your game and be light years ahead, just like Hot Topic was, check out the MBA program. Now, last thing that I'll get to here is, why does running DPA actually tremendously help our one campaign accounts? Now remember, our one campaign accounts don't necessarily have only one campaign in them. It is one campaign per business objective. If you have multiple business objectives, you could have multiple campaigns. So what's the business objective of DPA? Well, there's a couple of things. Maybe you're running it at $20 a day just so you can do market research and index your crowd on what is the psychological difference between somebody that views content and somebody that adds the cart. Maybe you're running it excluding everybody that's ever been to your site and seeing what products you have that are most interesting to get somebody's attention to want them to shop with you anyway. Effectively having a dynamic window display. That's phenomenal. Maybe you have a super high ticket, like $1,000 product or $5,000 product. Maybe you're running lead gen or training or furniture or some bespoke custom items. You might not have the budget to run Facebook conversion ads and leave the learning phase and sell those $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 products. But That doesn't mean that if you have ancillary vertically integrated product offerings, remember, if you missed the last week's video around LTV, please go check out the definitive guide to raising LTV because it's phenomenal and you should really look into it. There's also an ebook on the way for that too. So go check that out. If you have those, why not run DPA? I know a lot of brands that are running $1,000 products that sell a bunch of $20, $30, $50, $100 items and little bundles, accessories, right? Whether it's surfboards or fishing rods or bikes or furniture or a million other things. A lot of clothing brands and sneaker companies. You might not have the budget right now to realistically get out of the learning phase in your one campaign to those products. So maybe you're using Facebook more as a lead gen to a very effective email funnel. But that doesn't mean you have to give up on cash flow. If you were to use your DPA ads to sell lower ticket items to generate a positive cash flow, whether it's your brand or a client, you could probably pay for all of your overhead operational cost of running ads and profit from it while improving the LTV of your existing customers and acquiring new ones. And you're like, well, hey, that doesn't make any sense for my brand. Let me tell you why that's not necessarily true. I'll give you 2 examples. Number 1, I was running New Balance. Now, their sneakers are not sexy, especially if you're like 25. But a lot of people wanted to be fit. Our DPA ads would show socks and jogger pants. We would show t-shirts and exercise accessories. Now, it's a sneaker company, but it's a sneaker company built around a culture of health and fitness. Right? And primarily they were shifting between being the thing for old folks with nice things to runners and functional footwear. You might not be interested in that unsexy shoe that your grandma likes, but maybe we can start selling you on other things. And we can do so at a pretty nice profit. If you put all of your lower price items that have high profit margin into DPA ads, just retargeting individuals that are mildly interested in the brand or even prospecting to get market share, your business objective of that DPA could be customer acquisition and cash flow. I can't tell you how many people were struggling to sell $500 items and then ran DPA and they got to a couple $1,000 a day between DABA and DPA, selling a whole bunch of $20, $30, $50, and $100 products to people all over the world, and then sold a bunch of those $500 things as upsells in email. That's a game changer. Struggling 6-figure businesses that became 8-figure ones. 7-figure businesses that had plateaued and Facebook ads didn't work are now on the way to 9-figure exits. Looking at it this way. Also, I hear from a lot of folks, well, I've got several products to make a profit on. I'm going to sell all of them. Well, we know objectively that's a bad idea. When we look at PSM, we know that some products just have a much better return than others do. And it also, why invest in multiple places to keep Facebook dumber in extra areas that also makes landing page testing less effective and raises the cost of creative testing. There's a million reasons why you should not be running like 3 offers from your Facebook page. There are very, very, very few reasons that you should ever do that. I'm at $30,000, $50,000 a day in some accounts, and I have maybe a second product. This is neither time nor place for that. Go look at Definitive Guide to PSM and creating bundles and adding LTV, all the definitive guides that we have. Go research those and you will get all of this information. There's also a great Everything You Need to Know series and Disruptor School guidebook series to all of this stuff. The point here is, what if your flagship product does a fantastic, your hero product does a fantastic job of getting people into the store, but not everybody wants to buy it? DPA could close the loop on all of those other things. What's also great is now your ads in your one campaign aren't the only touch point for a user. Meaning the frequency of your touch points with those customers is higher. Now, I see a lot of people say, well, first time impression rate means everything, and they're dead wrong. I've yet to see a single argument that says first time impression rate creates incremental lift for a business. In practice, there's no logic or math to back that up. I have yet to see literally anything that supports it. So let's say instead of hammering people over the head with the 3 to 5 really great ads that you have, they see a few of them, and then other touch points are just your entire catalog. Now those 3 to 5 ads aren't trying to sell to get you revenue. They're the thing that gets somebody interested in your brand. And if they don't buy that product, then the DPA ads can close the deals on the products that that person is most interested in. Maybe you're doing DPA and more of a DABA situation, which is also doing prospecting for you. And when somebody shows an interest, now you can hit them with your broad ads in your single campaign to try to close the deal on your hero product, because those ads are also retargeting. And now you said, well, you were kind of interested in a few of these ancillary products, but have you seen our flagship one? Going back to another example, because I said I'd give you two. Let's say it's an outdoor brand, right? There's a great one that comes to mind of a fly fishing rod company. And you might be in the market for, a couple things, right? Maybe you're a fly fisher and you're checking out rods and you're checking out spools and you're checking all these things. We got a lure and you're like, hey, cool. This company also has lures. There's a few fun things in there. You click on the ad, you shop around, whatever. Now you've given us a signal you're in the market. And our top of funnel ads, our broad targeting ads, are retargeting you to upsell you from that low ticket item to the flagship one. And the conversion rate of that is going to be pretty good. And the estimated action rate of that ad is going to be pretty good, because you've already told us that you're interested. The beauty of this is there is a symbiotic relationship between how all of your campaigns function. A DPA ad might function very differently in your business model than your one campaign per business objective of your primary offer, where you're running DCTs at broad against a control environment. And if you strategize it properly, they can be force multipliers to each other. And that is what your primary effort should be. That is how you use DPA. That is how you scale a brand. That is how you have scalable, stable results for projectable, growing cash flow and customer acquisition. And if your goals aren't ultimately to produce that, they're not aligned with success. Welcome to the definitive guide to everything you need to know to be a successful media buyer with Facebook ads and more. From somebody that has managed agencies, run agencies, accidentally started agencies, built brands on in-house, been a vendor, spent well over hundreds of millions of dollars. And honestly, my students and clients have done billions in revenue. And I'm here to make sure that you understand the 3 most important things that you need to get good at in order to be truly elite when it comes to Facebook ads, and how to get started on your path to changing your entire life, because this is one of the easiest and most fun ways to provide a lot of value and get a really, really great paycheck. Let's go! First off, I just want to say thank you. I know you could be literally anywhere on the internet right now, and you've chosen to be here, and I really appreciate it. And I want to let you know that this time is not going to be one that you look back on like, where did it go? So we're going to dive into the 3 biggest things that you need to understand right now. And if you value this stuff and you really enjoy it, it would mean the world to me if you could share this with one other person. My history in this space, to get you a bit of background, is I've been a media buyer for nearly a decade. I have personally managed hundreds of millions of dollars in ad spend. I'm not saying I've had a team that managed a certain amount of money and then taken credit for it. No, I've literally hit that many zeros. I've had millions and millions of dollars of mistakes, and I've had the pleasure of being the upside of billions of revenue for my students and clients, not for me. I'm not a billionaire. But the point is, I've been there and I've done that. When I got started in Facebook, there was no attribution. We didn't have a pixel. There were no conversion campaigns. And CPMs were a couple of dollars. I remember when interest groups were made. I was there at the beginning of the lead gen ad unit and DPA and CBO and advanced matching and dynamic creative. And I'm here to show you the things that I've taught media buyers who are just starting out, whether I was a supervisor at an agency, the owner of an agency, head of growth and operations at big 7, 8, and 9-figure businesses and other places, as well as my students and clients from around the world that have been in my Facebook groups, YouTube, and through my Facebook Ads MBA program and Disruptor School. And I felt like a lot of the time I talk about extraordinarily high level concepts. But I wanted to break this down to something to be way more actionable for those that are afraid and might get really bad advice from other folks that honestly don't know what they're talking about. So let's get started. By the way, if you want tips like this every week, go to newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com and sign up for the free newsletter every week. Let's get started. The most important thing as a media buyer, and there's a lot of differing opinions, but I'm going to go ahead and stake my claim as what is the most important thing. Honestly, know your job. And what I mean by that is, it is extraordinarily common where what is best for the client is not what's being asked for you. I can think of a very specific example, for instance, where our client was CBS Television, and I had a 7-figure daily budget. I did a really good job. Now, our objective was to reach about 75-80% of Americans, roughly 2.5 times over a 3-day period, to promote the launch of the Late Show with Stephen Colbert, Code Black, Supergirl, a lot of other shows during that launch. Schitt's Creek. Anyway, here's the problem. We were given a 7-figure daily budget. Let's say it was $1 million. Now, I went out of my way to figure out how can I do that job 75-80% of Americans, roughly 2.5 times over that period. And what I ended up doing was actually wildly over delivering. Now, at the time, what we did was use a reach and frequency campaign. It takes you about half an hour. You set the thing up, you get it going, you load up the creative, you make the buy, done. 20% commission, that's a $200,000 payday for the ad agency. Now, mind you, at the time, I was making about $75K. So, not nearly. Like, we're getting an idea of the impact here, right? So I made this mistake about 4 times that week. Instead of setting up the reach and frequency to get a 2.5x on 75-80% of people, I did a manual bid and accelerated delivery and some other tricks. I actually got to about an 85% share of voice at a frequency of 3.5 to 4. Well, here's the problem. Facebook literally stopped spending. I had reached too high of a frequency against my entire audience. Now, I did that at about 800 grand, not the 1 million. So me as a media buyer, I actually over-delivered and saved the client money. However, what I did was not my job. My job was to make the person that hired me look good to their boss. And that's your job as a media buyer 100% of the time. Because ultimately, there were 2 really big negative impacts that occurred immediately from this. The first was the ad agency lost a large amount of money on commission. Over the course of the week, I literally cost them over half of my annual paycheck in commission. That's a problem. And then CBS, the television organization, the guys and women that hired us to do the work back, this is when I was a director at Omnicom, a supervisor at Resolution Media, the performance division of Omnicom, when I was directing the CBS account. The person that hired us went to their boss and asked for $1 million. We did the job for less than that. Ultimately, that made them look bad to their boss and made it way more difficult for us to get more money moving forward. Now, in retrospect, I worked about 3.5, 4 hours per account to really hack the hell out of this thing and do the absolute best job for the client, which means I worked about 10 to 12 times harder than I should have to ultimately hurt the relationship by over delivering and doing effectively a good job. Now that's one example, but the point here is understand what your role is. A lot of times people hire ad agencies or they hire media buyers because they want good results. Now, as a very sophisticated media buyer, I can understand that maybe the best thing isn't to get a good ROAS because cash flow at a higher volume is a much greater need for the business. But if the person that hired you needs to look good to their boss and they promised a certain outcome because they might not necessarily understand what it is that you do, when you do a really good job, but it doesn't deliver on what you are hired for, that is a tremendous detriment. So the point here is, while we talk a lot about don't use retargeting and don't worry about ROAS and interest groups are trash and all of these other things, at a very macro level, none of those things are arguable. They are objective facts for the success of business. However, there are a lot of people whose entire success has always come as a media buyer at an ad agency or for clients. Now, these people have never seen the other side of that conversation, or maybe they have, but they've always been hired to deliver ROAS or whatever it happened to be. So while we might intellectually know those are objectively terrible things to care about and are absolute liabilities to the business growth, where we sit in the business doesn't allow us to have the impact to make those better macroeconomic business decisions. So we have to work really hard at making sure that our boss looks good to the person that they work for. Your job in any team is, one, to lift those around you. And that's what I always teach. One of the reasons that, yet another reason that interest groups are trash and why broad is excellent is because when you drive a greater number of higher quality individuals that all look and feel the same, it makes landing page testing easier. It makes the emails teams work much easier. It makes LTV testing and bundles and upsells and AOV testing and everything else much easier because it's a way more simple ecosystem. However, if the dotted line where that contract was signed, above it says specific spend, specific ROAS from this platform, first off, I'm sorry that you have to work really hard to do ultimately a bad job for the client. But more importantly, it is not your place in that conversation to ultimately determine what those needs are. And when you see advice from ad agencies and from elite media buyers that don't actually run their own brands, haven't actually taken brands to market, and don't actually do things beyond the platform, 90% of their advice is how to make that role look as attractive as possible to the person that's hiring them. And there's a reason why there's a lot of churn in clients when it comes to ad agencies. And there's a reason why some clients have to go to ad agency after ad agency after ad agency. And it very rarely has to do with the work ethic of the media buyer. It almost always has to do with the lack of alignment between the person that hired you and the person that hired them and what those goals are. So ultimately, the number one most important thing is to, one, read the tea leaves and try to figure out what's going on. But more importantly, prioritize the very specific task at hand. Now, me personally, I was fired from a lot of jobs. I never worked at an agency for more than 9 months. I never worked at an in-house at a brand for more than 2 years. And during that time, I was accidentally starting random agencies and working for myself all the time. And we'll get to that in a minute. But one of the values that I gained from that was repeated exposure to many different strategies, repeated exposure to many different types of problem solving, and repeated exposure to many different sides of that equation. Which is why when you see me say specific things that might be considered controversial, or maybe they could be considered, counterintuitive or just contrarian, often it's because my experience shows me that the need of the media buyer very rarely is 100% aligned with the need of the brand. My focus is on building businesses and success to create jobs, stability, and confidence. The goal of a lot of media buyers working at agencies and a lot of agency owners is to look smart so that more people can hire them. But again, their objective with that client very rarely meets the business needs on a macroeconomic level. But as a media buyer, that is not your role. And I got fired left, right, and center a dozen times because I refused to accept that. Now, that worked out for me, but it was an extremely difficult path. So the first thing I really want to put on your roadmap here is know your job. Very specifically, how to get it done. And more importantly than that, how to do it in a way that makes the person that hired you look good to their boss. And then the real trick is figuring out how to do that work in less and less time with a more and more consistent outcome. When we say media buying is dead, it's because ultimately most of those moves have no impact on the profit and loss statement of the business. But as a media buyer, for you to prove your worth and to keep your job, those things are really important. The other side of this, though, that I do want to make you understand, you're rarely ever going to get promotions and pay raises as a media buyer. If you want to earn more money, you have to find a new job, working basically your boss's gig at the shop next door. And there's another thing we can do too, and we'll get to that in a second. The second most important thing for media buyers to really understand, if you want to come in day one and be as good as possible, potentially this could be the most important thing, but I'm going to put it as number 2, is learn Excel. Be wicked fast at spreadsheets. Data rules the day when it comes to decision making and processing. And when we talked about looking good to your boss and making the person that hired you look good to their boss, one of the easiest ways to do that is to make sure that all actionable insight is available in a click. When you get really good at Excel, you can make dashboards, you can make reporting documents, you can make whatever it is that you need to provide the answers to the questions that you haven't been asked yet. That takes time. But learn how to do pivot tables. Learn how to make that data analysis second nature. And more importantly than that, not only being able to do it quickly, but understand what data analysis is actually important and which one is kind of a waste of time. And there's another big mistake that I made a few times that I just want to tell you. When you are doing a pivot table, never blend averages. Never say, well, my cost per result is all of these numbers and then I put it into a pivot table, now it's this, because that's not actually the truth. Do the math if it's a cost per. Only use raw data and then make new columns to do the math for you, because averaging averages is a tremendous mistake. I've easily wasted a few $1 million learning that lesson. Now, when we're talking about learning Excel, there are really 3 things that you need to understand. One is pivot tables. Get really good at it. And it's actually really, really easy to do. Go onto YouTube, figure it out. The second thing with pivot tables is the display of the information. Oftentimes I see reports from agencies where it's just a line. And then I say, okay, well, we did 17,000. Awesome. How did we get there? And it'll take a day or 2 for somebody to write me back an email to give me that answer. When you are giving an answer inside of a report or delivering information to somebody, what I highly recommend is that you have inside of your Excel spreadsheet or your Google Analytics or whatever it is that you're doing, Google Sheets or whatever, have a tab that is all of the right answers, but include how you got there in that document. That way, when somebody says, oh, we got to this, how? That answer is available. One of the most infinitely valuable things that you can bring to the table is an elimination of wasted time. Anybody can do the job of media buying because it's extraordinarily simple. It takes another level of thought process to be able to provide data that is actionable and access to answers in a quick fashion. So learn Excel. Number 2 in that list is, when we're talking about display of information and we're talking about everything else, one of the other things that's really important here is to make things aesthetic. Numbers inside of a spreadsheet are ugly as hell. So one of the things we can do is start to dominate color coding, make things work, thick borders, non-thick borders. You don't need to spend a lot of time on it, but make a standard report that works for you. And when you make a standard report, next time you have to do one, you could literally just copy that standard report and replace the raw data. And then that report that took you 2 hours to do the first time takes you 10 minutes to do the second time. And you get really, really good. And you're fast. Speed to data is one of, if not the most important access to growth when it comes to data analysis, which is, outside of creative direction, probably the most important skill that you can have as a media buyer. Some people are exceptional at creative. Some people are exceptional at data. If you're not one of those people, you're going to get passed by somebody who is. I personally favor the side of Excel because creative is great. And I think it's tremendously powerful. But if you can't tell me based on data why a decision needs to happen and where to move, then we're just working off of your opinion. And your opinion is great. And it's one of many. When it's data, it's not an opinion. It's a fact. And there's a big difference that you see me often go off online with people inside of YouTube or Twitter or Instagram, where they give opinions. And they're not necessarily wrong. But the facts show the trend analysis to put their opinion into context. Data with context is infinitely more valuable. The last thing when it comes to learning Excel is a lesson I learned from one of my employees. be the person that other people go to get answers when it comes to Excel. If somebody says, do you know how to do this? Raise your hand and say yes, and then figure it out. Because it's not just about figuring out Excel. When you are doing Excel or spreadsheets, Google Sheets, whatever, to solve problems, you're also getting exposure to what problems need to be solved. One of the reasons that I know that most of the advice I see from experts and gurus and agencies that require you to work really hard to get a better platform result actually is a complete waste of time is because I had to do all of the reports to measure the impact of everybody's work. When you're exposed to all of that information because you're the one processing it, you're going to get to know what everybody does and why. It's basically the mailroom version of data at an ad agency. So when you understand how to do all of the equations and how to set up answers for everybody, you're going to meet more people, you're going to put in more reps, and ultimately you're going to understand what data is actually really important and which data doesn't mean anything. Because believe me, when you work really, really hard at putting together a report and you present it and nobody gives a shit over and over again, you're going to realize that that doesn't have any value. And when you see more and more people saying, this is how you hack that thing, you're going to understand who actually knows what they're talking about. The last thing here, you're just starting out as a media buyer, get a job, get a gig, get a paycheck, love it. Outside of that, get work, freelance alongside of it. Absolutely. Undercharge, over-deliver, and stay busy. If you have more time on your calendar, you're charging too much. Charge $100 today and $200 tomorrow. I started out at $10 an hour, and now I don't do media buying for clients without equity. I took time, but what was $10 an hour became 15, became 20. What was $200 a month became $500. What was $2,000 a month became $2,500, became $3,000, 4 and 5. When you have your entire calendar full and you want to land new clients, charge that new person more money than your cheapest client. Then you can fire your cheapest client or ask them to match it. What you're doing is you're basically raising your value per contract of what you're worth. And this isn't just about income. It's about doing the reps and getting exposure. If you're both in-house and agency, if you are both running stuff for clients and also helping people build their business, if you're doing organic and paid, if you're doing Facebook and TikTok, if you're doing growth hacking and email, you're going to ultimately learn how all the things come together. Now, you don't need to be an expert on all of it, but you can't be an expert in any of it until you understand the impact of the work that you do. One of the biggest reasons that I call a lot of people out on their efforts to make Facebook ROAS as big as possible, and why they say, well, we're going to go off of interest groups and lookalikes because they work better. Because I know, having run all of the other teams, having done all of the other work, having written all of the reports for everybody else, and having done enough reps in agency at Facebook marketing partners for vendors and in-house brands and clients, and helped people along the way below me reach greater success, which I literally spend hours every single day helping people solve problems and making them better, which gives me the reps on a daily basis for people around the world. That exposure will give you context to your results and to your thinking. And so when these people talk about, well, this is how you make Facebook look good, this is how you make Facebook look good, I know that that's actually terrible advice for the business owner. And there's context to these decisions. Now, maybe that agency owner knows their job and they're just trying to look good to the person that hired them. Maybe they know how to do Excel, but if they were really good at it, they'd be able to prove to that business owner why their objective might not actually be the best thing for them. And then they become infinitely valuable because you are having a conversation instead of a media buyer as a marketing director, as a CMO, because you're able to now take data in and prove why 1.5x ROAS at $2,000 a day is way better than a 3x ROAS at $500 a day. Now, intellectually, we might know that, but how do you prove it with data? And how do you prove that this ROAS on Facebook is too high, or this interest group doesn't move anything on the profit and loss statement, so it's just a waste of time? That information is only ever going to come from doing the work. That exposure and confidence is only going to come from repeated failure, stress, and exposure to the reps. Do the work over and over again. And honestly, if you do that for a year or 2 years, it's extraordinarily unlikely that you won't be making as much or twice as much working for yourself as what any agency will pay you to do the job. The average media buyer in an agency right now is making between $45,000 and $60,000 a year. That's a really good living, probably getting benefits, etc. If you get 3 people to pay you $2,000, that's $70,000 a year. If you get 4, maybe you get a couple at 25 or 3, you're making $100,000. And at $100,000, you can buy your own damn insurance. So the point is, know your job, learn Excel, undercharge, over-deliver, and stay busy until you are your own boss. And work the reps. And there's no reason why anyone within a year can't be making 6-figure income. Welcome to the definitive guide to landing page testing with Facebook ads. This is an extremely vital skill that sadly, there's far too much misnomers about and lack of understanding. So as somebody that has literally tested thousands of web pages on hundreds of millions of dollars of spend, let me break down the 3 biggest skills that you're going to need to know, plus 2 of the things that you're probably doing that might be the biggest harm to your overall success. And lastly, what to do when you get a win. What to do when you get it right, and how to know that you actually have something worth making a change. Because honestly, that's usually one of the biggest mistakes most people make. So we're going to unpack all of that. Buckle up. This is going to be super, super fun. I really appreciate all the suggestions for more content. Comment below if you'd love to see me cover anything else. Now, before we get started, just a little bit of something. I know that you could be literally anywhere on the internet right now, and you've chosen to be here. I want you to know that I'm 100% going to make that worth your while, and we're going to dive super deep into all of this. If you have any questions, do not be shy. Please ask. If you love this and you value it, go ahead and smash the like. It means so much. Go to the bell on the subscribe, hit it, ring it, make sure you don't miss anything else because I'm putting content out every single day. And if you like this content and you want even more, go ahead to newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com and sign up for the free Shape of Disrupt to come to make sure you don't miss anything with me in your inbox every single week with new articles, interviews, blog posts, and everything else to help you be successful. More success, less stress. And ultimately, if you're ready to make the investment into your future, into the future of your business, check out the MBA program, mba.facebookads.com. Get started there. Now, let's dive into it. When we are doing landing page testing on Facebook, we need to understand what's the right way to do this. Now, there's a lot of thoughts and a lot of different strategies and a lot of moves that people make, but there is one absolute answer to this, which is great. Sometimes it's an opinion, sometimes it's a stone cold fact. If you are doing landing page testing, make sure you are doing it by routing what happens after the click. Now, the biggest mistake that I see most people make is they're trying to do landing page testing by running ads to one landing page and then ads that are identical to a different one. Now this makes sense. You're like, well, which one has the best conversion rate? However, even if the ads are identical, there is no way that you can even begin to project that there is like data in either one. You're comparing apples to home runs. It doesn't even matter. The point is, in order to test the efficacy of a landing page, you need to make sure that everything that happens before you make that test is the same. Now you might say, well, I've got identical ads running in different ad sets or even the same ad set. There's no way that they're not going to be driving similar people. And you know what? They're probably targeting the same people. But one of those ads probably already has spend, which means that ad has already developed pretty heavily into developing its own lookalike audience. Or maybe they're both starting out from zero, in which case you might have to spend a lot of money or time until you even get a mature, projectable outcome from either one of those ads. And then only from that are you going to be able to understand, well, which one has a better link to the landing page. Now here's the problem. What if you're running anything crazy like a second ad? How does that ad impact the delivery of the ad that you're testing? And what landing page does that ad work well to? The point here is, if you're running different ads, different post IDs to different landing pages, there is no way that you're going to be able to compare the results of those two things against each other, because they are wildly different data sets, targeting different people with different sets of data on different random delivery fairly in the beginning, because you have no way of controlling that these are going to the same people and understanding what happens afterwards. You just can't do that. Because remember, even if you're using a targeting audience, Facebook's showing ads to people based on the response of other people to that ad and to your page. If they're identical ads, what if one landing page has been running for a long time and the other one is brand new? Which one of those ads do you think is going to get a better CPM? The completely unknown element or the proven thing with lots of data? Because remember, what happens after the click has a tremendous impact on what you pay inside of Facebook and who the ad is shown to and how much spend is delivered. I've done something once where I was running UGC content from Dara Denny. Love her YouTube channel though. Check it out. She made an ad for my women's clothing brand. She was like, hey, I'm this size. We realized her size wasn't on the sizing chart. We ran that ad for about 5 days. Once we realized that and then changed the sizing chart, the spend on that ad went up 10x in 45 minutes. And that ad dropped CPA by 4x. And the CPM got cut by 50% within 72 hours. Why? Because what happens after the click matters. The point here is, if you are testing different ads to different landing pages, even if the ads are identical, you have two things that you cannot compare to each other ever. So we have to understand what we really need to do is isolate the variable. If you're not isolating variables, you're not running a true scientific test. That's just a fact. So instead, what we need to do is have the same ad run to the same page and then reroute some of it to a second option. And from there, we can understand the conversion rate and all of that. Now, here's the problem when you're doing this that you avoid. Instead of having one ad or maybe 5 ads, maybe you duplicated all 5 ads that are really working in one audience and you're launching against another audience with a different landing page and all that stuff. You're getting rid of all that unknown, all of that wasted spend, all of that added CPM because you're depreciating your relationship with Facebook as a marketer, all of that liability to your business's bottom line just to get a very low quality data point. Instead, we're able to take every single ad that's currently running and run it to our control environment and then shift a little bit of it to someplace else and see if it does better over there. There are a lot of tools for this. The bougie versions like VWO are great. You can absolutely use like Google Optimize or Optimizely or anything else. The important thing is that we set up a structure that effectively looks like this. Every one of our ads goes to the same landing page. That landing page is basically a room where everybody goes into that club. Now, historically, that club had basically one door. When you walked in, you went straight into this room. What we're saying now is that club is a holding area where there's two rooms people can go to. Now, most of them go to the control room, to the room where we know everyone's going to have a good time. But a couple of people we're going to send into another club and see how that works. If we instead set up two identical clubs with two lines built off of promoters that are out there using the same flyers, there's absolutely no way we're going to be able to compare the results of one to the other. So when you do it after the click, you have 100% confidence in the outcome of that test being predictive. Also, you're applying that test to every single ad that you're running. So you don't have to start ads over from zero just to see, do they get lucky enough for me to tank the future of my business by chasing out of context results? Instead, you can not have to force any change. The Facebook algorithm sees very little discrepancy because more or less all you did was change the landing page, which is way different than changing the ad and the data set and the people targeted and all the historic and all the machine learnings and all the learning phase and every penny that you spent to launch a new ad set to try to get even spend, among other things, and completely tank stuff. Like, one of those objectively sounds dramatically simpler than the other, right? One of those sounds like a much more high risk, higher level of effort, much longer, much more expensive option with way lower confidence and the ability to take action from the outcome. Ultimately, a test is only as good as the actionability of the data. And if you are not splitting the traffic after the click, the data that you get lacks any actionability. It's not mildly valuable as a nice data point. No. It's completely useless because you're starting a completely new data set and journey inside of your account. And unless you're going to tank everything that you're doing inside of your account and throw all that money to the brand new experience, then you've wasted your time and your money, ruining your relationship with Facebook or tremendously damaging it, all to get a data point that isn't scalable, that you can't trust, built on, did it get lucky in a few days? That is a tremendously worse option. And I extraordinarily encourage you to never pursue that with your business ever again. Now, I hope this all makes sense. And if you have any questions about this stuff, please comment below. Remember, the tools that we use for this is Google Optimize or Optimizely. If you got money and you can really do a lot of things, VWO is probably the best option because you can do JavaScript training on that website to just change out specific elements as well, so you don't even have to code to separate landers. And to quell any concerns, this does not force your ads to go back into learning. This will not get you banned. And as long as your websites are compliant and you've proven that it's a better option, your results are going to be sustainable in a safe and reliable way. That's what we want. Actionability that produces positive results. Now, if you like this stuff, please subscribe. If you're listening to the podcast, hey, please go ahead and subscribe to that. Get the automatic download. You don't even have to listen to it. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to sign up for the newsletter at newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com. And hey, check out the Facebook Ads MBA program at mba.facebookdisruptor.com. Now, when we're doing landing page testing, we've already determined that, yes, we're going to do it after the click. Because the idea of investing heavily in a non-actionable data set that will ultimately hurt our relationship with Facebook that costs way more money and time and causes more harm than good is a bad idea, right? We're not running separate ads and separate ad sets to separate landing pages, even though those ads are identical, and having any expectation that we're going to have any actionable insight off of that test. That's trash. We've completely negated that. We're on the same page now. We're going to test after the click. Okay, what's the process? That's a great question. Let me tell you what I've done at 1,000 clicks a month and 5 million unique clicks a month. Fun fact, the process is the exact same. Why? Because it's just application of the scientific method. If you're using the scientific method, you're gonna be successful. There's a reason why science has been able to move people forward, and there's a reason why guessing isn't really great for you. Most people don't make it rich playing the lottery, but you can use science and better your quality of life pretty much overnight. That being said, what is the process? Okay. Step number 1, we're going to get ourselves an after the click traffic routing piece of software or service. Again, Google Optimize, Optimizely, VWO. These are great industry standards. Some more expensive than others, some less adaptable than others. That's fine. Find the right fit for you. Now, when you're doing this test, start with 5 or 10% of traffic. Do not go 50-50. What if you go 50-50 and it's a bad idea? How long are you willing to burn 50% of your money because you think you've got a good idea, but you were wrong? No. Instead, do 5 or 10%. And the point here is, now me personally, if I have a lot of users or I can spend a lot of time to get to an answer, I'm going to start at 5%. If I have way less traffic, like maybe I'm getting 100 clicks a week, or I'm getting, 100 a day or something like that, or I need an answer much faster. In that case, I'll go 10. Now, from here, what we're really doing is we're looking at the bounce rate and the conversion rate of these sites. The bounce rate's tremendously important because remember, if the bounce rate is high, Facebook is going to start charging you a higher CPM to run your ads. And if the conversion rate is low, well, that's probably not good, right? Like, we're trying to improve conversion rate. So if your bounce rate is more or less even and your conversion rate is better and it holds, then we can move to the next step. Now, for me, I'll go 5 to 10, or I'll go 10 to 25. Basically, I go 5%, 10%, 25, and 50. Those are the steps along the way. Sometimes I'll skip the 5% if I can't afford the time, or I, don't have enough traffic and I need to understand information. There are reasons why you might skip that step. Now, if the results hold, meaning that basically that bounce rate and conversion rate maintains at that higher level of traffic, great. That means we can move on to the next step. Now, what I urge you to do is set a line in the stand for each step. Now, maybe that means you need 1,000 clicks. And based on that, you're going to make a determination. Maybe it's 100 purchases, and you're going to make that determination. For me, when I was running 5 million uniques a month, I ran 24 hours. I had the luxury. The point is, you need to establish a benchmark that you are measuring every decision against in a consistent way. Now, generally, I'll even build out a doc that basically says, at this thing, at 1,000 users, or like 1,000 clicks, what did better? At 100 sales, what did better? In 24 hours, what did better, etc. Those types of things. Now, what that ultimately will mean for us is that we now have a standard unit of measurement for the testing of our landing pages. What's also really important about this is it means that we're keeping ourselves honest on whether or not that landing page is better or worse. Now, maybe in the 5-10% in step 1, it was like 25% better. And then you go from 5 to 10 or 10 to 25 and it drops to 3% better. Well, that might have happened because, hey, look, it just got really good traffic. Okay, that happens. Right at 5-10% of your overall thing, it just got the right people. It got lucky. Maybe it did 8% better, and then you go to 10, 25%, and it shoots to 20. you might have gotten just a little bit worse traffic, but that page is significantly better. Maybe it was 5% better, and then when you scale up the traffic, it goes to 3% worse. Again, that small percentage is not an indicator of future success. It's a nice barometer of whether or not you should move forward with the test. But you can't say, well, at 5%, this thing is crushing, so I'm going to do 100. That's incredibly irresponsible. So what we're doing here is we're now saying, if the ad holds, if that landing page, holds at 50% of traffic, now we're just going to make a wholesale swap and start the test over. Now, there's two things I really want you to be cognizant of here. Number one, that page is not just getting traffic from Facebook. You might say, well, my Facebook ads get a lot better on this new landing page. I'm going to chase that. But what if it tanks your search and email results? Is that okay? You might say, well, this new landing page gets a 15% higher conversion rate. Great. And you swap it all the way over. And everything kind of holds. What are you going to do now? Maybe it's time to address your testing roadmap and understand what are the next creative tests that you have ready to go. Can we prioritize the ones that are more closely aligned with this new look and feel of the landing page so we can lean into that user experience? That's probably a really important thing to do. The other thing here is, I will never not be testing this. As soon as I go from 50 to 100%, I immediately start the next test. I pretty much go from 50 to 95% because it's now that test is now the control and I'm launching the next test. You should always be in a state of improvement, or at least investing in the opportunity to improve. This is vital because honestly, sometimes the reason landing pages work is because of pattern interrupt. Sometimes the reason landing pages work is because of positioning, consumer psychology, trends in the marketplace. Sometimes it's just old and it's time to update things. Over time, your landing pages will probably get a little bit worse. But because Facebook's a machine learning algorithm where when you're running at broad, it's going to get a little bit better, you can kind of mitigate that decline. But if you can always work on making it better with a systemized process with multiple steps, where you are running all of your ads to each individual experience, because you're routing after the click, then you are regularly and in a dynamic fashion evolving with the marketplace. That is a tremendously powerful place to be. If you have any questions about this stuff, please ask below, DM me, comment in the open. If you like this, please hit the like button. Go ahead and subscribe. If you're listening to this on the podcast, again, set it up for automatic downloads. You don't even have to listen to it. It just means so much to be able to share this with other people so they can see more success and less stress. If you like this information, you want more of it, don't forget to sign up for the newsletter at newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com. And if you really want to start leveling up your entire marketing capability set and what you could do so you can turn yourself from a Facebook marketer who kind of lacks confidence into a CMO or brand developer making 8 and 9 figure business decisions, check out the Facebook Ads MBA program at mba.facebookdisruptor.com. It's perfect for you. Now, the last thing that we're going to cover, because we've already established in our landing page testing that number one, we are never going to test in any fashion where we're not routing after the click, because we're not investing heavily into getting lucky at small scale to tank our relationship with Facebook, to ultimately invest a lot of time and money into something that we have no confidence in the outcome, because that type of test that lacks any actionability is a complete waste of our time and does far more harm than good. And we've established the process of what percentage of traffic goes to that new environment And ultimately, when are we going to try to level up from a 5% to a 50 to 100 or 95% of that traffic so that we can continually be testing and we can continually be improving, but we're not putting the future of our business at risk just to try to play the game? We have to cover probably the most important question here. What is a win? And then what? So, what I want to really stress here is the magnitude of improvement that we are going to define as a win. If you get 3% better as a conversion rate off of your landing page, that's not a win. Maybe it's a little bit better right now. Maybe tomorrow the winds shift and your ads change a little bit and you launch an email campaign and it's a little bit worse. 3% ain't nothing. I will not make any change, even go from 5 to 10 or 10 to 25% and improve the delivery and give that new landing page more percentage of my overall traffic. I won't do that unless the improvement is a double-digit one. I need 10%. Why? Because if this wins, what am I going to do next? I'm going to ultimately change every one of my landing pages, every one of my product pages. I'm going to implement this change globally because I've proven that's a better user experience, and I want a uniform user experience for continuity across my entire brand. I don't want each product page to have a completely different look and feel and for people to basically look at me and say I'm running a Mickey Mouse operation. No. So what's important here is we have to understand that a win comes with a demand for a high level of work. Now, high level doesn't mean high volume, doesn't mean workload. It means that it is an executive decision that needs to be made or an insight that needs to be applied universally as fast as possible. Now, the other side of this that we need to be mindful of is, why is it 10% at least? Well, for three reasons. Number one, what is the impact of that landing page change on every traffic source? Now, we might be measuring, oh, the conversion rate is better and our Facebook ad CPA went down. Great. What about the conversion rate from email? Is it worse? What about from search? Is it even the same? Do we potentially lose SEO rankings because we're making this wholesale swap? I will tell you this. Almost always an improvement in one place generally comes at the expense of someplace else. Now, here's the thing. I'm willing to say that if I get a 12% conversion rate improvement on that landing page, I'm willing to eat the potential for loss of efficiency someplace else. Maybe 12% better there means that something else gets 2% worse and something else gets 1% better, and I net at like a 7.5% better. That's great. I'll take that. But if it's 3% better, I may make that wholesale change and I actually lose 2 or 3% revenue out of the deal because it was only better during that testing period with those ads from Facebook that got spent today. And I launched the right email campaign to get the right, like, there's so much data that goes into the traffic to that site that we can't even begin to trust that will hold. Now, maybe it's 3% better at step 1 and 4% better at step 2 and 5% better at step 3. Okay. What happens when I put it 100%? Is 5% change enough for me to really want to change my entire ecosystem? And if I did that test in a matter of 2-3 weeks, what happens when seasonality hits or I make any other changes in my business? Maybe that landing page did 3% better, but another landing page gets 8% worse. The point is, if you're not doing at least double digit better in your conversion rate, then there's not enough margin for you to be able to absorb the level of volatility that comes from the impacts on every other channel. Now, I'm not saying you got to go from 2% to 12%. No, 10% means 2% to 2.2, right? It's a relative percentage. If I can go from 2% to 2.5%, that's a home run. That's massive, right? That's over 20%, right? That is monumental. I'll take that all day, right? A 25% lift in my conversion rate optimization. And my, like, that's, why would I not do that? That's amazing. But I won't also skip from 5 to 100. I'll go, oh, that's great. 5 to 10. Maybe now it goes to 2.4. Great. 10 to 25. Now it goes from 2.4 to 2.38. Okay. And then now I'm at 50% and it nets at like 2.37, 2.39, and it holds. And my other thing is just converting it to 2. And it stays that way. Well, now I have a winner. I've got an over 20% improvement. Well, nearly 20% at a 2.38. It's like nearly 2%. It's like that's a 2.38 is a what? 2.19% improvement, something like that. I'll take that all day. Because maybe it makes other channels worse. And maybe when I implement it across everything, the net impact is a 4% lift across my entire business. That is a great move. I will do that. Maybe it's a 12% improvement. Maybe it causes some harm and some good, and I lose 50% efficiency across everything of the lift, right? I got a 19% improvement. Maybe it nets out at a 9.5. That's huge. There's no Facebook audience that's going to do that for you. Cost cap ain't going to do nothing close to that. No retargeting strategy is going to make that happen. But if you're running your ads at broad and you're using dynamic creatives to reduce the CPMs and standardize the look and feel of that traffic while improving the volume and quality of that traffic, this test is going to be far easier to run. And the value of that information is far more actionable. And the implication of that improvement is bigger than anything you could do by running some 2018 hack that is still for some reason pop. Like if you're still running ABO and interest groups on Facebook, you could just run broad and implement this as a landing page improvement and make fundamental shifts in your business that nothing you could ever do running 5-year-old strategies because somebody else on Twitter told you it was the right thing to do, or somebody on YouTube that doesn't run the ads, that doesn't run businesses, that doesn't understand all this stuff and doesn't care about your bottom line said you should do because of some astronomical out of context ROAS number. Those people don't care about your business. They don't know what they're talking about. And ultimately, there's a reason that they're still running strategies that are years old. And it's not because they're good at their job. Because they're afraid of change and they don't do enough of the work themselves in a way that is meaningful enough to value getting better. That should be a giant red flag. So with that being said, this is how we do landing page testing. This is a vital skill for any Facebook marketer to understand, as well as any CMO and any business operator. This stuff can be done for extremely cheap, and you can track this performance on a Google Sheet. You don't need any fancy software. You just need to look at bounce rate and conversion rate. And that's really the long and short of it. That's the same strategy I use on companies getting 100 clicks a week and 5 million uniques a month. And yeah, I've managed that much. So take this, move forward with it. If you have any questions, ask. If you'd like more information, write down what else you'd like me to cover. And if you want information like this all the time, go to newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com, sign up for the newsletter. Read the stuff below, by the way. I take a lot of time and effort to make sure that there's great articles down in the descriptions of these videos. And if you're ready to make the investment in your future so that you can get 10, 20, 50, 100% better with what you're doing, so you can go from a place of lack of certainty and FOMO and heavy stress and honestly, lack of success to a position of strength and scale, the Facebook Ads MBA program is probably what you're missing. And I would love to talk with you about what that would look like. So go to mba.facebookdisruptor.com, fill out an application, and man, I'd love to get you in the program so you and I can work together on making the future that you deserve the reality that you have. And with that, YouTube thinks you might like a couple of these videos. Don't forget to smash subscribe, ring the bell so you don't miss anything. Like these videos if you do genuinely enjoy them, and comment below what's up, even if it's just like, hey, this was great fun. Thank you so much. Every bit of that engagement goes so far. Welcome to the definitive guide to how to use Facebook ads to grow your brand. Everybody's always talking about scaling and about testing and about all of these other things, and they're really important stuff, but we also have to remember that the purpose of running Facebook ads is ultimately to grow a business, right? Like, we are trying to take something that works and make it bigger. Yes, that sounds like scaling. Yes, that can sound like ROAS, or can sound like PSM. It can sound like a lot of different things. But the honest truth is, there is a mindset of getting the work done so that you can do your job, generate some profit, and not get fired. That is the ROAS. That is the ad agency version of thinking. And there is the, I'm going to grow this business. I'm going to acquire profitable customer journeys and make testing easier by having a singularity in my customer, and ultimately improving second purchase rate and stabilizing the business so that I can move many levers. There's that version of this, which is a growth and acquisition, VP of marketing, CMO view. So we're going to really dive into this today, because I think this is one of, if not the most highly disputed topics. And I think it ultimately comes down to, what is your actual job? Because if you legitimately think that spending the most amount of money you can at ROAS of X is really why you're being hired, you might be right. But understand that your job has nothing to do with the growth of the business. And there's a huge gap. So we're going to cover all of that today. Look down below. There's a huge article to cover all of these different things. And if you like what you have to see and you want to know more stuff, you can go to disruptyourschool.com, sign up for the newsletter, check out the Facebook Ads MBA program. Hey, there's a great new thing from Sarah Levinger. Go check it out, disruptyourschool.com. With that, let's get started. If you want to grow your brand using Facebook ads, the classic idea that I see 80% or more of marketers look at, and probably 95% of those that talk in public, is, well, we're going to get a good ROAS, and then we're going to spend as much as we can so we can generate profit. That's great. Most really good ad agency media buyers I know are excellent hunters. They can take the information you give them, they can put on their war paint, they go out into the wilderness, and they can get profit today. The problem is, society wasn't built on the back of hunters. Businesses don't grow because of the success of individual salespeople. Business models and the acquisition of profitable customer journeys, or in this case, to continue this analogy, farming, is what builds civilization and society and grows business. If you are the world's best Facebook advertiser with respect to, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to get ROAS today, that's amazing. And if you have a couple bad weeks, you might be out of business. Whereas if your focus is, I'm going to prioritize the way that I use Facebook to acquire profitable customer journeys at scale, to amplify an existing business that's working by leveraging its business model, you could just effectively, to use this analogy, go out and water your corn every day and get 100 people fat, even if you can't hunt anything. So you're in a much better place. Now, you've heard me reference this a couple of times, and so I'm really going to dive into it, but profitable customer journeys. That's what really matters. That's why we don't use ROAS, we use PSM when our goal is to scale a business, not get a good enough ROAS so we don't get fired. Now, what this really means is, when you're spending money on ads, it's not there to say, how much should I spend today? How much should I make? That is interesting information, but that ultimately doesn't matter. What really matters is, what are my needs as a business? And generally speaking, one of the easiest ways to grow a business is to get more and more people to pay you more and more often. I know that's an oversimplification, but it's a really important thing. Basically, if I spend $100 to get somebody to pay me $60, that's theoretically a well below 1 ROAS, right? That's a 0.6. But if I know that person's ultimately going to spend $200 with my business, I doubled my money. I have a profitable customer journey. Maybe I lost 40 cents on the dollar right away. But if the LTV of that customer is a 2x, I legitimately can't spend enough money on that. Now, there's obviously cash flow and cadence and second purchase rate and the timing of all of that stuff. But the idea is, if you're out there every day getting 20 cents on the dollar for every customer you get, and ultimately you can only spend a certain amount of money before you are unable to scale your spend beyond that point at which your ROAS becomes desirable, you are inherently limited at how big you can get, right? If you're a hunter that can only bring back enough that you can carry, there's only a certain amount of people that you can feed. And if you fail a few days in a row, there's a certain amount of people that will die because of it. But if your focus is instead to generate profitable customer journeys with multiple transactions, now what you're doing is threefold. One, you're ensuring future cash flow, which is tremendous. Number two, you are focusing on acquiring customers that are ultimately more valuable to you. Because instead of spending $120 with that 20% ROAS on 100, they're spending $200. So each customer is fundamentally more valuable. And number three, and probably the most important thing, is you are establishing a foundation from which to be able to sustain greater amounts of instability. And that is a superpower. Can I go 3 days or a week without my hunter killing anything? Yeah, because I'm growing corn. I got bread. I'm good. I don't need that. And the real world, what this looks like inside of Facebook ads is, can you handle 2-3 weeks of a ROAS that isn't good enough? The answer is no. I think you have a business model problem, or you have a growth and acquisition problem. And the way that we solve this is by prioritizing the acquisition of profitable customer journeys. Now, you might say, well, we're bootstrapped. We can't do that. Let me challenge that. What if instead of saying we're bootstrapped, we can't afford to have maturing LTVs, you said, what if our focus is to do the absolute best we can to make sure our bills are paid in a way that also ensures future cash flow? Maybe it takes 20 days. Maybe it takes 2 months. Maybe it takes 6 months. But let's, for the purpose of this conversation, say it takes 45 days for somebody that buys from you to buy again. Number out of the blue. Month number 1, if you break even, great. Month number 2, you have 15 days by the end of that, day 31 to 60. Day 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, and so forth and so on. You've got a whole bunch of people that are coming back and buying because they bought on day 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Remember, it takes 45 days for them to buy again. So everybody that bought on day 1 through 15, they're buying again. And what this means is you wake up with money in the bank. Theoretically, think of it this way. Your marketing efficiency gets better because the revenue that you don't have to pay today to acquire today grows. And what that ultimately means is you've got a larger foundation on which to handle instability. Or you have the choice to spend some of that money on the acquisition of new people. Now, if you just break even every day for 45 days, the next 45 days, you're going to have a whole bunch of people. You're going to be profitable basically every day because you're going to have a whole bunch of people that bought in the first 45 days starting to buy again. So if all you do is break even, but you know that every customer that buys once is going to buy on average, you know that at least some of those people are going to buy a second time. If it's 5%, if it's 20%, who cares? The point is, come day 45, even if you're breaking even on your paid media, you're actually profiting as a business because those customers are starting to come back and buy again. So when somebody says, well, I'm getting a 2x ROAS, my question to them is, well, what's your second purchase rate and why are you not spending enough? Because for me, I would much rather focus on the acquisition of twice as many customer journeys where my ROAS is a 1. Knowing that I'm getting that recurring revenue. And again, when you say, well, I'm bootstrapped, we can't afford to do that. Well, sure, right up until anybody buys a second time. And if you can standardize that flow by picking maybe a hero product or offer or service where you're able to work on second purchase rate and have a singularity of your customer type and really test to improve it, and we'll get to all that stuff in a minute, then it becomes a lot easier to ensure and even improve that additional revenue. And basically what that means is you're no longer out there living and dying by the work you do today. You are now investing in your future. And as soon as people start to come back and buy more than once, your business is now no longer tied to the success and failure of any one individual day, any one individual campaign, any one individual ROAS. You're now buying and selling customer journeys. And that is a far better metric. If your customer journey is 6 months and you've got a fairly high confidence of what that looks like, that means you've got 6 months that you can kind of plan for instability. And as soon as you start to focus on these profitable customer journeys, you're going to start caring so much about the day-to-day. And you don't need to focus on chasing yesterday's wins because you're really focusing on maximizing the wins that you're getting tomorrow and next month and next year. And that'll fundamentally grow your business in a way that ROAS could never do. If you like this and you want to know more about it, please ask questions about it. Look down below. Hey, don't forget to subscribe to this. Hit the bell. Let some friends know about it. Share it all around. Let me know what else I can do to help out. And if you like this kind of information, you want more of this stuff, go to newsletter.facebookdisruptor.com and get me in your inbox at least once a week with all this type of stuff. Now, second thing that we need to talk about when you're trying to grow your business using Facebook ads. We've already covered why ROAS doesn't really matter because we're far more concerned in the volume of profitable customer journeys that we're investing in. And when we're investing in future customer journeys, generally speaking, we don't need to be cash positive on day one because as soon as we start getting people buying from us, say that recurring revenue is 20% of the money we make today. We could run Facebook at a 0.9 ROAS and still make money. Say it's 30%. Say it's 50. Say email and search come in. You can get to the point where Facebook can run at a 0.8, a 0.7, a 0.6, depending on how much volume you want to spend. So what we're really focusing in here is how do you unlock the ability to lose money on the front end of your business? Well, the secret is second purchase rate. What is the likelihood of any of your customers buying more than once? Well, you might say, well, 5% of our customers buy this and buy that. Well, let me ask you this. What is the single product that you sell, product, service, or offer, that has the highest second purchase rate? What if you only promoted that one? As a for instance, maybe, you've got a product that sells for $40, but when that customer buys, on average, some people will never buy again, some people buy it like 20 times, but on average, that customer is worth $100. Well, day one, maybe you can't afford to spend more than $40 to get that customer. And obviously, it's less than that because of COGS and operating costs, but we're going to take that off the simplicity right now. as soon as they start to buy a second time, maybe you can spend 45 or 50. At some point, you could theoretically spend up to $99 to get that person to pay 40 because you know they're going to pay you 100. Now, you might have some offers with a 3x ROAS. You might have some offers with the AOVs, $200 and all that stuff. But does that really matter? What are we investing in when we're trying to grow our business? Ultimately, it's business growth. So if we know that we can spend money to acquire future revenue on top of that first transaction, and we're going to focus our business on that profitable customer journey, then the best thing we can do is focus on that. And now, because we have a singular momentum in our business and a focus around that hero product, offer, or service, we just need to try to get somebody to buy more than once. Now, if it was already the product people were most likely to buy a second time, maybe, 10% of people that buy this product buy a second time. Great. Maybe there's another one with a much better ROAS, but only 2% of people buy it. Is that better for you? Is it better for you to make a profit margin on a sale today where 1 out of 50 people ever buy again, or a smaller profit margin on potentially a higher volume of customers where 1 out of 10 people buys again? What if that 1 out of 10 gives you 2.5 return on your money? Is the ROAS on that offer where people only buy, when 1 out of 50 people buy, is the ROAS on that high enough to offset the future cash flow that you're getting? Probably not. So the point here is, when we begin to focus our advertising on the product, offer, service that is most likely to generate future cash flow, and then we just focus on breaking even there and then improving that second purchase rate, maybe it goes from 10% to 15. 10% second purchase rate to a 15% second purchase rate is an incredibly stable lift in business, because purchase rates are incredibly stable, right? When somebody buys once and they buy a second time, that's a number that doesn't move nearly as much as your CPA on Facebook today. It doesn't move nearly as much as the ROAS of some audience. It doesn't move nearly as much as other things, right? Like these conversion rates, right? And second purchase rates. These are things where basically how your business runs is kind of how it runs. And if you make it better, you're going to see big lifts. You focus on the conversion rate of your website, don't you? Why don't you consider a purchase a lead and then focus on the conversion rate of that lead to be a second purchase? Consider a second purchase your actual business objective. And everybody that buys once is a lead to get that second purchase. What if you flipped your business model to that? And you also looked at ROAS as, what's that second purchase worth? Now we're sitting in a situation where, well, I can spend more money on Facebook. I've got a healthier business with which to amplify. And I'm way less concerned about how any one audience does or how my ROAS is doing on any given day. I'm concerned with how many profitable customer journeys did I start? I'm concerned about CPA. Now, some of that might be new customers, some of it might be returning, but maybe we have to pay to get a customer to come back a second time. Is that really the worst thing? If our focus is to buy profitable customer journeys, and sometimes that profitable customer journey comes with an additional investment that's still profitable, is that a bad thing? Say the first sale costs us, $50 to make, and that second sale, well, it was a retargeting retention ad and we had to spend like $20 on it. Who cares? If each sale is worth $40, that first one we lost 10, on that second one we made 20, hey, we're up $10. And if they buy a third time, great, now we're making a lot of money on that customer. It's a contribution margin conversation. It's PSM, profitable scaling margin, lifetime value of a customer divided by the CPA and COGS for that customer's journey. Now that sounds incredibly complicated, especially when you're trying to put it across a whole bunch of different offers. So don't make it complicated. Focus on the offer, product, or service that ultimately gives you the best chance to leverage this math equation. Because as soon as you do, you're no longer worried about the day-to-day. You're now worried about how many people am I getting into this system? And what is the maturation rate of them from start to LTV? And what is the second purchase rate from initial purchase to second one? And what's the profit? At what point in this customer's journey do I ultimately hit the profit that I need? Say it's 45 days into that customer's journey. Well, maybe it'll take me then 45 days before I can take a loss at the front end of that funnel. Okay. Maybe it's 90 days. Okay. Great. So in 3 months, we can start losing money at the front end of our business while scaling it massively. Great. That's not a problem. That's just a definition of the parameters of what success can look like for you. So second purchase rate, how do we improve that? You can work on the product, right? You can work on the quality. You can work on, the experience. There's a million things that you can do. But if you begin to say, this is the product that most likely gets somebody to buy from my brand more than once, they don't even have to buy that product. But this is the thing that I advertise that most likely drives somebody to buy a second time. Of the people to buy a second time, this is generally how much they're worth. Or in general, of the people to buy that first time, how much are they worth over the lifetime value of the business, right? And for those of you like, you 60-day LTV or 90-day LTV, those aren't things that we're talking about. That is cash flow projections. It's not an actual lifetime value metric. That is a false number. What we're worried about is total revenue divided by total customers for this product. Simple. Buy to that number. Improve the volume of people, and then work really, really hard. Instead of what audience are we going to target and what products are we doing and, what copy and all of this other stuff, stabilize that number and amplify the volume. Generally, this works by creative testing it broad because it's a more stable environment. And we'll get to why that really matters with singularity and testing in a minute. But when you focus all that effort into one product, now, instead of promoting 3, 4, 5 different offers with 3, 4, 5 different customer journeys, you have one. You know how much easier it is to solve one problem than it is to try to solve 3 or 4 that are all intermingled? How much easier would it be if you said, all I need to do is sell this product because I think this product is most likely to get somebody to buy a second time. And I'm going to make sure that the sale of this product is something I can count on. And I'm going to work on getting more people to buy the second time. What you've done is just created a larger cash flow profit margin on your customer journey and a greater situation for the growth of your business. You've taken this incredibly complicated system and you got it down to one simple thing that is really easy to manage, relatively speaking. That's how you grow a business. If you have any more questions, please drop them below. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all of those fun things. Moving forward, the last thing we're going to talk about when you want to grow your business using Facebook ads, or really any paid media. We've already determined that ROAS isn't the path because we're not hunters. We want to be farmers, right? Civilization was not built on how much meat one person could bring home today. It was built on how much corn and wheat can one person grow for 100 people, right? We're scaling a business. Very different conversation. And we're acquiring future cash flows that are profitable to acquire. If I have to pay $100 to go buy $120, I'll do that every single day. And if I say, well, I can't afford to do that because I'm bootstrapped and I have to make every dollar make sense for me, great. How long does that last? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? Is it 3? And at that point, what is the product that most likely gets somebody to buy a second time? Because when you get them to buy a second time, that number also improves. Oh, I'm bootstrapped. I can't get people to do stuff. Well, okay, what's the product that's most likely to get somebody to come back and buy a second time? Let's sell that one. What is the cadence on which they buy that second product? Great. On that day, the people are more likely to buy a second product. From that day, you're no longer going to have the excuse of I'm a bootstrap brand. I need to be profitable on day one, because now you are in a business that is growing, built on the lifetime value of a profitable customer journey, and you are acquiring that journey for less money than it is worth. That's it. Think of it as savings bonds, right? You are investing in a maturing asset. Now, what this does ultimately, when you find the offer that best fits this, is it gives you singularity. And the greatest thing about the singularity, not only mentally and also architecturally, like you can now promote your entire Facebook ad account can be basically one campaign promoting everything to basically one product. And you can do landing page testing, you can do conversion rate testing, you can do second purchase rate improvements, you can do, and when they come back and buy multiple times, you can also do AOV improvements on all of those things. So you can try to make each transaction actually worth more money in and of itself, so that LTV continues to go up. For example, I have a clothing business. We found that the bra, when a woman buys the bra, there's, of the women that buy a second time, 80% of them buy again between 20 and 40 days. Great. We're going to focus on that thing, because that means we're going to have a 50% chance of, we know we're going to be able to pay our bills on time, and we got a 50% chance or better of ultimately getting somebody to come back and buy that product, or potentially have a profitable customer journey. And what that ultimately means with that business, people that do buy and people that don't, netting out all those fun numbers. Ultimately, what that means is now we focus on that. What do? We spend all of our ads on that one thing. Now let's try to improve the AOV. Great. How do we do that? Well, let's try a 3+1 offer. The upsell on that landing page being, hey, if you buy 3 of them, you get 1 of them for free. Great. Now the AOV of that first purchase goes from 1 bra to the purchase of 3 bras. We basically potentially have triple the AOV. Now, really, it went from about 45 to about 65, 70. It almost doubled, because, to be fair, about 30-40% of women were like, you know what? I'll take the buy 3, get 1 free, because it's free returns. Why not? And if I like it, maybe they come back and buy the buy 3, get 1 free again. If you just bought buy 3, get 1 free and you like the product, you're going to come back and pay full price for a single one? Probably not. And we've raised the price from 30 to 40 bucks. Now, that customer journey where really their AOV started about 40 bucks, their LTV is $240. That's a fundamentally different conversation. How much can I afford to acquire a customer worth $240? If there's $240 lying down on the street, how much money can I spend to get it? It's a very different conversation than this customer on average spends $40. How much can I spend to acquire that transaction? That is a very different conversation. And ultimately, that meant a 10x scaling of the business to a mid $20 million company in less than 9 months. That's how you grow a business using Facebook ads. And really what this means is, when you have that singularity, you can focus your testing, your landing page testing, your conversion rate testing, your customer journey testing. And ultimately, as you improve the second purchase rate, and as you build the ads around this, and you figure out the positioning and the business model that best fits your needs for growth, it becomes infinitely easier to manage. And at the end of the day, what this means is you want a singularity of product and a singularity of the type of customer that you're bringing in. Now, when we talk about singularity, one of the things we have to keep in mind is that the more audiences you run, the more different types of customers you're going to get. Now, maybe there's something similar between all of these different interest groups and all these different lookalikes of the people that you're bringing in, but you're effectively targeting different groups of people. To think that you're not attracting the same type of, like you are attracting the same type of person, even with wildly different targeting audiences, even with wildly different ads for each one of those targeting audiences, to say that, well, the person that comes in is basically the same, is, well, it makes no sense. So instead, well, what if we just go broad and we focus on the ad concepts that work the best? And based on that concept, we are appealing to the marketing angles and niches and psychology and whatever else that we're looking after that ultimately best brings in a customer who's more than likely to buy more than once. Well, when we only have 2 or 3 marketing angles in those concepts that attract people in, we don't have 10 campaigns with 5 different audiences with 5 different ads in it that's effectively up to 250 different types of people. We have 3. And the odds are there's a pretty high overlap between those 3 people and how they engage with our business. And we don't need to solve for every single person. We just need to solve for the net majority. And if we can solve for the net majority of 3 people to make that customer worth more money to us by the time they're stopped spending money with us, that's a much simpler problem to solve, and we're going to grow a lot faster. Because at the end of the day, what also you have to keep in mind is, how many tests are you running? How expensive is it? How confident are you with the outcomes of any one of those tests? If you're running 5 different products and landing pages for each one with an individual email flow for each one and having to get customer service for each one of those different products, and then all the upsells and all the ads and all this other stuff, how many moving parts do you have in your business? And when we say what we need to do is grow our business 10% next month, what are you going to do? That's an insanely complicated situation versus saying we've got one product that we absolutely know we can acquire a profitable customer journey on this with extreme confidence. And that cash flow generally looks like a purchase on this day. And 80% of people buy a second time within this time. And ultimately that person over time is worth X. Great. Well, we have maturing cash flows and customer journeys happening all the time because we're getting new sales every day, new customers every day, maturing customers every single day. Well, now if we don't spend any money on ads, we're going to have revenue coming in for weeks or months. All that revenue that's coming in is money that theoretically, if we just broke even on ads, would be pure profit. And what if we spent some of it so that we could grow faster? You can't do that if you've got 10 different products. You can't do that if you're using targeting audiences. If you're chasing around different audiences and having different CPAs and different ROAS and different offers, there's no way that you're going to be able to ultimately get your business down to this. Well, how do I improve the second purchase rate of the product that most likely drives a profitable customer journey? You can't solve that problem. And when I say, what are you going to do in 3 months to grow the business? What is the 6-month plan to double the business? What is, if I want to make sure that whatever I did in the last 12 months, I'll do in the next 6, you can't solve that problem if you're promoting a bunch of different things in a bunch of different places, because you have no idea what you can expect tomorrow. Because you're investing in depreciating assets, solving 20, 30, 50, and the one example we gave, 250 different problems. That's really hard. Or you could get really good. And the other fun side of this thing, when you're using Facebook ads, is that when you teach Facebook ads to do one thing really well, imagine how much better it will be in 3 months than if you asked to do 10 things. If you had one job when you showed up to the work today, how much better at that job do you think you're going to be in 100 days? Versus if you had 20 things to do each day. How many reps are you going to get doing that job if you have to do 20 different things? How many mistakes are you going to be able to learn from if you have to do 20 different things versus one? I'd argue, realistically, you're going to be 20 to 30 times better doing just the one thing over that 100 days. Or way more than that. Because as soon as you start to unlock second purchase rate and you go from 5% to 10, or you get your conversion rate on your landing page from 2% to 2.1. As soon as you start to unlock these things, or you improve the AOV of one transaction from $40 to 60. What if that happens on both transactions? Now you made $40 more. Like, once you access singularity at the front of the marketing, you allow yourself to be open to the force multiplication of all of these optimization efforts. Because if you're chasing audiences that live and die, that's customers that are coming in where one day you've got a whole bunch of customers that look like something, and then a month later, you never see those customers again. How many landing page optimizations did you make based on the audience that you were attracting, based on that interest group that you were running, that now you no longer spend on? What about that product that was doing great as in one audience, and then you tried to pivot to a different audience and a different lookalike, and that product wasn't as good because the ROAS was better someplace else? What does your email journey look like to get that customer to come back and buy again? How complicated is the system that you're trying to run? And ultimately, I'll end with this. This is the big difference between what I see the vast majority of ad agencies talking about. And look, really smart people. I was just at Geek Out, and several people were on stage giving really good advice on how to be the best hunter you can. To basically not get fired as the marketer. And I'm here to help you understand that that doesn't mean nearly as much as how to actually grow your business. Because at the end of the day, why are you spending money on ads anyway? Is it so that you can have an agency that you don't want to fire? Or is it so that you can make way more money? If you want to grow your business, you can't be looking at ROAS. YouTube thinks you might like a couple of these things. Go ahead and subscribe. And until next time, I'll see you on the internet. Bye.